When we got a packed schedule here too, Michelle, let me just go over it real quick for people just joining us. Didi Verg, of course, is going to be our next speaker. She's on screen with you, and I'll be talking about her in just a moment. And she'll be here between 10 and 11:30. And then Price Lavin from 11:30 to 1. And then from 1 to 1:15, Michelle is going to talk about her website, the Butterfly Effect Center, and my website, Strange Brow Radio, and what we're doing. Also, last but not least, the Patient Whispers will be closing us out from 1:15 to 2:30. Now, this is the soft schedule. I don't quite know where we're going to end up. Depend upon what the speakers are available to do and what you all want us to do. This is the first time we've gone live on Facebook. Usually these are pre-recorded and aired on YouTube, mainly for Patreon members of my website. But let's just put it out live. This is a free seminar. It's important information. We live in really strange times. Keep an open mind with what we're about to talk about today. I don't know where you were pre-COVID. I know where I am post-COVID. It's a totally different headspace. So keep yourself open to ideas that there is a way out of this mentally. Maybe this is hard to get out of physically, but mentally, we need to be on a different page with this here. So without further ado, Didi, let's talk about you. Didi Verg is an emotional intelligence specialist, a master health practitioner of Neuro-Linguistic programming, a hypnotherapist, and the author of Brain Hacks 101. She is also presents globally at various hypnosis conferences, as well as being a featured guest on numerous radio, television, and podcast shows. Her spare time, Didi is the host of Miracles of Mind TV, where she has interviewed over 70 hypnotists on the miracles they have witnessed while using hypnosis in their careers. Hello, Didi Verg.
Hi. Thanks for having me on the show, and thank you for that very generous introduction, Toby. So, as Toby said, I consider myself a brain hacker, really, because I have had an insatiable curiosity about how our mind works for as long as I can remember, from the time I was 7 years old. And with Toby so generously shared with you that I am the host of Miracles of Mind.tv, where I interviewed 70 hypnotists. And I being a hypnotist myself, experienced miracles in relatively short periods of time, but it was nothing like I heard from the other hypnotists. It's a little bit of truth here. I thought I was pretty open-minded and pretty progressive and innovative. But when I interviewed these 70 hypnotists and I started to see the crazy miracles that had occurred as a result of hypnosis sessions, it really opened up my mind. It was things like tumors disappearing on a weekend, or numerous medical miracles. Roy Hunter, who's a hypnotist himself, before undergoing surgery, did a prayer and felt this shift in his body, and there was a disc fragment that actually disappeared. And his doctor said, "I've never seen this before, but I've heard about it." His body must have absorbed the disc fragment in his back that was causing him the pain. So major miracles. So that opened up my mind. I realized that it really doesn't have to be, this doesn't have to be long. Change can be instant. For example, if somebody says to you, you just won a lottery, you are going to completely think of your life in a different way. Or, hey, we're pregnant. Everything changes the way you perceive life from that moment on. So change really can be instant. And that's what I'm here to talk to everybody about today. So because of Toby, what you said about COVID, and Michelle, crisis, although it can be somewhat disconcerting, is also an opportunity for change because it messes up everything. Now, what I've noticed is people's stress and anxiety response have been completely heightened because of this COVID crisis. A lot of my clients have been calling me saying, like the stresses we had before were, day-to-day stresses, but they're speaking of new stresses, different stresses or anxieties about the future, because we live in uncertain times. So because of that, we have to realize that these new stresses might come up, like, oh my God, my business is done. Like a lot of restaurant owners, probably their business is completely finished because of this, because they might not be able to withstand 2 months of paying rent with no business coming in. So it is an opportunity for us to redesign, but in order for us to redesign our life, we first have to get that stress out of the way, because calm and clear thinking can only come from a calm mind. I don't know how many of you have experienced making decisions from a place of what I'm going to call unuseful emotions, because they're neither good nor bad. Emotions are neither positive nor negative. They're just useful or unuseful at the time. Now, I'm not going to say that stress or anxiety doesn't have its place, because often it can motivate us to make changes in our life. When we get really angry and we've had it, you know, sometimes that stress or that anger or that frustration will pop us into like, that's it, I'm leaving my job, or that's it, I'm not going to take this person's abuse anymore. So again, I just label emotions as useful or unuseful at the time. So reoccurring patterns of stress or anxiety, that is the what if that's going on in your mind, that doesn't really go anywhere, that just sits there and spirals in this like ongoing loop. I'm going to say that that's unuseful, because it's just going to put you into a fear mode, and that's going to cause you to make decisions from the wrong place. Now, many of us may have experienced making decisions from a place of frustration, fear, anxiety that maybe could have cost us relationships because of things we said that maybe we regretted, or may have had financial implications. Has anybody experienced that, making a really rash decision from a place, an emotional reaction, rather than sitting back and chilling out and choosing how you would want to respond to that? If so, just say yes. Just type yes in the chat box. Just kind of want to know where, if everybody's understanding that when we make decisions from this place, it's not very good a lot of the times, because no rationale is involved. And that's partly because of the way our brains work. So throughout this webinar here today, firstly, I'm going to explain how our brains work. And actually what I'll do is I'll just put up my PowerPoint so you can see what I'm talking about here. Just give me a second, everyone. Oh, I got to share the screen.
Well, while you're doing that too, I'll remind the audience that if you have any questions along the way, all you have to do is direct them to the panelist or to me, and then intermittently we'll sprinkle in some questions here as we go along, just so you don't lose out on your time. All right.
There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to be explaining today is how our brains work. In other words, things like stress and anxiety are a result of our thoughts and feelings. I'll get into it in more detail in a second. I'm also going to be sharing with you how you can disrupt unuseful emotions and calm right down. And then I'm going to be giving you tools and techniques that are going to allow you to disrupt habits of stress and anxiety and rewire your brain to be more consistently calm. And what I mean by that is, the more you practice these techniques, the more you shift your brain out of that unconscious pattern that may be one of like, what if, how am I going to survive? It's that ongoing loop that's in our brain. Okay. So how many of you today, because of COVID, have noticed that you're experiencing either a heightened sense of stress and anxiety or new stresses and anxieties? Just type yes in the box, and I can't see the box, so Toby, you'll be letting me know what they say in the chat box.
You got it.
Okay. So how many of you are experiencing, again, a heightened sense of stress and anxiety or new stresses and anxieties?
There's a fair amount popping up here, Didi.
Wow. And it doesn't surprise me, because again, with anything uncertain, we as humans don't like uncertainty. We don't like knowing where we're headed or not headed. But again, these times can be a great time, because our minds and our brains are so disrupted anyways and so into chaos, to like solidify something that you've wanted to change for a long time. So let us just begin with what emotions are. Emotions are simply energy in motion. Okay, so some people, again, label them good or bad, negative or positive. I tend to stay away from that. They're either useful at the time or unuseful, right? And so today we're going to be talking about the ones at a time that are unuseful, that are causing us to make decisions or view our life from a very reactive place. All right. Energy and motion, that's what emotions are, energy and motion. And having said that, we're just going to say some people have even said, let's look at emotions at times, like we'll take a step back and let's just say emotions are data. You know, they're there to tell us something. So that's my view of emotions. Now, I'm going to explain to you how our brains work. So I want everybody to follow along with this chart. Normally, by the way, these are seminars done live with people where we get a demonstration model and we show you exactly how this works by viewing me do it with somebody else. But I'm not sure we have that capability, do we, Toby? To bring somebody to unmute them and
Sure, yeah. If anybody's in the panel that wants to speak and you want to communicate with them live as a client, we could do that.
Okay, so somebody want to volunteer for this process? It's just a 2-minute process that I'm going to show you how our brains can spiral us down into unuseful emotions, and then we're going to leave you feeling very empowered after. So
okay, let's see if Alex Whitcomb, do you have a second to go on and turn your microphone on, or would you prefer anonymity? If not, we can go down the list and ask anybody here.
Terribly confidential. It'll all just be in the realm of what are you feeling?
Mm-hmm. Well, while they're deciding there, you can pretend I'm that person. Okay,
so everybody have a look at the chart. You'll see at the top are our thoughts and our feelings. So that's the chicken or the egg? What came first? Did the thought create the feeling of angst or stress, or did the feeling create the thought? They're really interchangeable, right? So whichever comes first. And because we have it's estimated that we have 80,000 thoughts going through our day, through our head in a day, the ones that really capture your attention are going to be the ones with a strong emotion attached. And a strong emotion can be one that's fear or anxiety, or it can also be love or happiness or inspiration or creativity, right? So have we got a volunteer?
Let's see. Alex, can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead, Alex, from Quadra Island up in BC, Didi Verg.
Hi, Didi.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for stepping up. This is going to be
no problem.
Normally,
I was just doing my dishes, but that can wait.
Well, we're just going to use you as a demonstration and it's too bad we couldn't get his camera. Is there any way we could show you on camera? Are you willing, Alex? Or
I don't know how to do that here. I don't have too many options.
I don't think we can do the camera when they're in the panel, unfortunately.
Okay, well, let's not worry about that. So everybody, here's what I'm going to have you do, Alex. I want you, and this can be done what's called content-free, meaning you don't have to tell us the situation, but you're going to think of a situation and then you're going to share with us what your thoughts were and what the feelings that resulted were of that. So I don't know if you have stress or anxiety in your life at this time, but just permit yourself to recall a time or a situation when you felt stressed or anxious about something. And again, you don't have
I've had a consistent client for driftwood sculptures over the past 4 months, and that was kind of my bread and butter and something I was really holding on to as this is something I can actually count on. And then he just kind of oh no, we're gonna hold off on these, I don't know, so that caused me oh shit, because I don't have much other work right now. What am I going to do if this guy pulls out?
Okay. So again, uncertain times, right? First of all, I'm going to have you notice where you feel that in your body, because when we can relate it to our body, that just makes us more consciously aware. So if everybody wants to get in habit, when you notice an emotion, know where it's present in your body. Sternum. Okay.
Yeah.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, how anxious would you say that? Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said.
Yeah. Well, this stuff used to really make me anxious, and I've done a lot of a lot of work on myself to tone down this rampant anxiety that just goes like, it's like a runaway train.
Right.
So right now I would say this is probably like a 4 or a 5.
Okay, so it's a 4 or 5. You feel it in your sternum. Okay, so as you find yourself feeling that, notice the kind of state of mind it puts you in, or the attitude you have as you feel that.
Okay.
What do you?
Well, state of mind, like I am totally recognizing myself going into those old patterns of the runaway train, right? And battling with that. Attitude.
Could we call it your?
I'm trying to be positive, right? Like and just kind of like knowing that everything's going to be okay, even if this guy like pulls out entirely.
Okay. So the way you're describing it, I'm just going to say it's not the worst state of mind, but you're a little conflicted because there's a part of you that's like, oh, and there's a part of you like everything's going to be okay. Yes.
Yeah. Conflicted. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's like this ball going back and forth in your hands.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Okay. So everything will be okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So everybody just notice that our state of mind or our attitude is what's going to drive our behaviors or actions. So what do you find yourself compelled to do? Or maybe what is this stopping you from doing when you find yourself in this conflicted state of mind?
Well, in terms of what you were saying, like the emotions as information, that anxiety actually propels me to do action, to think of other modes of work that I haven't thought of before. So I get out my pen and paper and start writing down like ideas of, okay, well, what's alternatives that I could offer the public in terms of driftwood art and sculpture that is not the normal that I've been doing for the past 3 years. Right. So that's what I've been doing in terms of like action, and it does, I've come up with several good ideas, and it tends to alleviate the anxiety because there's something to look forward to.
Exactly. Okay, so remember everybody how I said it's not always bad, it's just useful or unuseful at a time. So for Alex, this is useful because it's really lighting a fire under it. And
it is.
So,
yeah.
And so when you're taking your pen and your paper, so Alex's state of mind was conflicted, kind of feel like, something positive will come from this, but worried at the same time, drives him to be creative, to find new ways of making an income for himself. And what kind of reality, how is this creating your reality when you're taking action, you're actually doing things?
How is this creating my reality?
Yeah, what kind of reality are you creating for yourself by taking that?
I'm creating a wider reality for myself, and a more diverse reality that I can actually count on more because of the I don't know, opportunistic biodiversity. I don't have to rely on someone that I have all of my eggs in their basket. Right. So this is, it's a really, the information, the informative aspect of this anxiety was really, really helpful. Okay. Had I not looked at it as like, helpful information, then I'd be kind of sinking into that runaway little downward spiral.
Okay. So just for the purposes of this exercise, just to show the audience, pre-Alex, before you became consciously aware of, this outcome could be okay, what would pre-Alex have done when that loop started in your brain? Like, oh my God, this guy, my bread and butter, all my eggs were in this guy's basket, he's pulling out. What would old Alex have done?
Old Alex, oh my, well,
again,
for starters, he would drink.
Sorry. You would drink. Oh,
yeah.
okay. So,
yeah.
So everybody, what would be the feeling and what would you say to yourself pre this conscious awareness?
Sorry, what was that?
What would the old Alex have thought and felt that would have driven you to drink? What were your thoughts and feelings before you got a handle on it in the way you did?
I'm not gonna, let's see, old Alex would have thought, well, first of all, shit, what am I gonna do?
Okay.
And then, well, let's just not think about that right now and go have a beer.
Okay.
And we'll worry about it later.
Okay, and just one beer or?
Oh, no, yeah, several.
All right, and then what kind of reality did you have when you were coping in this way?
In my new Alex way. You mean
the old Alex way? What was
what kind of? Well, it would just continue. It would evolve into this habitual pattern that consistently came up as a reality. Like I'm actually, like it's a recording loop that every time that old Alex would deny the helpfulness of the situation, he would consistently almost strengthen that recording loop. And when it came back again, it would be even worse. So, yeah.
Okay. So, and thank you for that, because you just did my work for me. You explained how a habit is created, because people are made of patterns, and the more we repeat a pattern of behavior, the more deeply ingrained it becomes in our neurology. So that's old Alex, and thank God you got a handle on it somehow, but let's show something even more empowering. Alex, all I want you to think about is your skill and your ability, and I'm going to assume you get joy from carving driftwood and making these beautiful works of art. That's all I want you to think about is just that.
Yeah.
Just think about that. Okay. What kind of feeling does that produce in you as you think of this wonderful, amazing gift that you've honed and turned into a living? How does it make you feel?
Well, for starters, it makes me feel empowered. It makes me feel more like myself, like my true self, like I'm really getting into my gifts as an artist. And in terms of like joy and happiness when I'm sculpting, there's always those perfect moments where I'm picking up a piece and it just goes into place, and it's just like, it's almost like a eureka slash just this kind of like mini explosion of light that just lights up my whole body and my brain, and just like I laugh at those moments. Oh my God, that's awesome. So yeah.
Alex, you're amazing. You like, I'm just, my heart is like bursting right now. So, okay, so we call your state of mind empowered, authentic, joyful. So when you're
authentic is a really good word there. Yeah, thanks for that in. Yeah.
So as you find yourself in this state of mind now, what does it? Well, I don't even need to ask how does it drive your behaviors and your actions, because it's pretty evident that you just stay creating. Right?
Yeah. I stay creating, but I don't allow myself to get into those habitual ruts, even with the sculptures that I'm doing. I'm always innovating. I'm always looking for new ways to do things, new subjects to explore, new concepts to explore. Keep going, because the path just gets like more beautiful as I go along. And the moments of joy and happiness, they get brighter, stronger, and more frequent.
Wow. Okay. That is amazing. So imagine what kind of reality you would live in if you were in this state of mind all the time. If you intentionally directed your thoughts to be in that state of mind that you find yourself in right now, with the creating and the inspired and enjoy and empowered and authentic and being your true self. And you just kept going.
Yeah.
What would
Well,
you?
yeah, I see all of the boundaries dissolving, like one after another, all these little walls that have been put up over the years, and these little hurdles and barriers, like they just, like the more I get into the flow, is what I call it, that flow state, the more I get into the flow, these boundaries and barriers and limitations just start falling away, like just like little cards that I used to, just like playing cards in front of my face that I can't go past this thing, but really it's just a breath from one of my creative actions, and it just falls over immediately, and I don't even have to force it to like fall over. Yeah.
And I just want to interject real quick, Didi and Alex. There's something about the flexibility of being in an artistic moment where you can overcome details. It's almost part of the creation process, but it seems culturally distant when you're in the middle of a stressful responsibility or some kind of life hurdle. I need help fixing that myself. So how do we get there?
Okay, I was just okay, so be there now. You just be who you are, experiencing your gift. Okay, Alex, be there now.
Yeah.
I'm throwing in as a bonus. I wasn't going to talk about this, but we're going to anchor that state. I want you to do something like maybe put your fingers and your thumb. I want you to remember who you are. So we're going to anchor it. We're going to anchor it with a kinesthetic anchor, whatever you choose to do. I want you to say something to yourself like, remember who you are, Alex. Just to remind you of who you are. Take a deep breath and smile. And should you ever find yourself in the conflict of that, remember that, you're just going to take a moment. You're going to step back from it all. You're going to do this. You're going to smile. You're going to say to yourself, remember who you are.
Remember who you are.
Yeah, remember who you are. And you're going to remember this is who you are. This is your authentic, empowered self. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is just one way of how we're beginning to empower Alex so that the conflict isn't as ripe. So I want you to think about the situation now, Alex. That guy is pulled out, but remember who you are and what's it like now? How's it different?
Well, I know I can do anything.
I know I can do anything. Well, that's pretty empowered. What else?
I only need myself. I don't need him.
Okay. So is everybody noticing? It's a very different state of mind than the first one. And even old Alex. Yeah. Old Alex that used to grab some beers and then just stay stuck in the loop.
Yeah.
So again, this was, just because we're going spur of the moment, right, guys? Like, this is great, Alex. You've been great. So anytime,
no worries.
Anytime you should find yourself doubting yourself, you're going to do this. You're going to smile, and I'll tell you why I'm telling you to smile in a moment. And you're going to say, remember who you are, Alex. Okay? Remember who you are. And that's called creating an anchor from a state, everyone. So we can do that. And the more you practice that, Alex, the less you'll find you have that inner conflict, because this state will start to override all the doubts, because this state has no doubt. You even said it. You just said, when I'm Alex, all I need to depend on is me. I got everything I need.
Yeah.
All right. So does everybody understand how our brains work? How it's a process? Just type yes in the chat box so we can just kind of affirm that everybody understands through this chart how our brains work. How a thought or a feeling is going to drive a certain state of mind or attitude, which is going to drive our behaviors. And that's going to create our reality. So we've seen it both in an empowered and a disempowered way with Alex. So just some feedback there, Toby. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. Thank you, Alex. And just a little plug for Alex. Go to Facebook and type in Drifted Creations to see premier driftwood art.
Thank you for being our demonstration model, because you
yeah. Thanks
you.
a lot, Didi. That was great. Really.
All right.
Totally.
So you're beginning to see how we can rewire our brain by changing our state. Now, a lot of people, I mean, again, you know, as a society, we have focused so much on our body and investing in our body and going to the gym and working out our muscles and getting personal trainers, but the mind is a muscle. I mean, we've got to discipline it, and we've got to work it out. And how you can do this is just by being consciously aware of your thoughts. Exactly what Alex experienced between old Alex and new Alex, that realized this is just a thought that's going on. You know, I don't have to sink down into this pit of despair and beer drinking, right? So how I recommend you do this is when you start to feel, because most often we'll just kind of have those thoughts and we won't really be aware of them because we're not taught to watch our thoughts and know that we have a choice as to redirect them or change them. When you notice a feeling that's not empowered, just kind of step outside of that and know that you don't have to spiral down into that. You can do something like the exercise I gave to Alex is remember who you are, or anything else that empowers you, okay? But the key is to step outside of it for a moment and watch it from a neutral point of view. As a neutral observer, like, oh, wow, isn't that interesting? I'm having those thoughts. Now, I don't want them to spiral me down into the pit. So what can I do that's different? It's just going to start breaking that pattern of habitual thinking, because we do have a choice. But the problem is we didn't know that we had a choice until you get this type of information gets out there about how we can rewire our brains. So again, just like if you find yourself thinking or looping, you got to break the loop. And that's what I'm going to be sharing with you next, is just how to break the loop, because emotions are like big wet blankets. So when we go back to Alex's, I'm going to talk about old Alex. So he'd have all these thoughts, and it would be like, this is just how my clients describe it, so I'm going to use a visual. It'd be like, they'd be going like, I had all these, like a big umbrella of like doom and gloom, right? That's old Alex, doom and gloom. Oh shit, I'm really in trouble here, right? And they're like a big wet blanket. And when that big wet blanket is sitting over your head and it's looping, and the what if, what am I going to do? And then what if goes to, oh my God, I'm going to lose my house. If I lose my house, I'm going to lose my family, and we're going to be out on the streets, and how are we going to eat? And you know, like the mind will do this. It will spiral you right down. So we have got to disrupt that pattern, okay? Because creative, rational, inspired thinking can only come from a calm mind. So I'm going to share with you now how we're going to do this. We have got to disrupt the stress and anxiety. There's several ways you can do this, but again, let me share with you how your brain works, right? Again, we are made of patterns of behavior. They are just habits. You are not your behavior, meaning you are not, some people might spiral down to, oh, what a loser I am. I was never be able to create my life for myself. You are not your behaviors. They're just thoughts. And you can choose to, as I said, step back and begin to disrupt those thought patterns by watching yourself as a very neutral observer going, isn't that interesting? I am having thoughts of doom and gloom. And remember that all our habits and all our beliefs are basically instilled in us by the time we're 7 years old, because we're watching people around us, right? And how they handle the world. And we're picking up on their beliefs, their coping mechanisms. That's why you'll find anxiety normally runs in families, and it's not genetic, everyone. It's learned behavior, right? So if you've got the behavior, it's really unfortunate, but here's how you can begin to disrupt those patterns so that you can begin to rewire your brain. But yeah, first, why do we want to discharge stress and anxiety, okay? So if we have a stressful thought, even if it's just a thought, whether stress is imaginary or real, our brain and body perceive it as literally survival, being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. So in Alex's case, it was his survival. He believed he was in true and imminent danger, right? Because if he can't put food on the table, he can't eat, and he needs money. And he believed at one point that he needed that client to do that, right? So, I mean, this is like a fight. So your body is going to release up to 30 or 40 different neurotransmitters or hormones. You're going to have up to 1,400 different biochemical responses as a result of that. The main hormone or neurotransmitter, yes, whatever it is, a hormone or neurotransmitter, is cortisol. It's known as the stress hormone. So here's what excess cortisol levels do in the body. First of all, it will absolutely lower your immune system for 6 hours after having that stressful thought and having that discharge of cortisol. Excess cortisol levels have also been known to cause bone loss and promote osteoporosis, give adrenal burnout, headaches, cause a rise in blood cholesterol, reduce muscle mass. It impairs the immune system, as I mentioned. It reduces our glucose utilization. It increases our fat accumulation. It impairs our memory and learning, and it destroys blood cells. It's basically like running acid through your system. And many of us are what we call habitual stress responders. That means these thoughts are, just a pattern of behavior. They're a habit. My boss calls me into the office. Oh my God, I'm going to get fired. Even though more often the boss may call you in to tell you, hey, you did a good job. But because of that belief about ourselves or how we've been trained to respond to things, maybe authority figures, that habitual thought of, oh my God, he's going to fire me. I know it. He's going to tear a shred out of me. I know it. It's all over now. And then you go in and you're like, why do I always think that? Of course, this is your reflection afterwards, right? So we need to start interrupting those patterns, peeling off the heavy, wet blanket, because when we do, everybody saw what came up in Alex. What came up in him was empowerment. We all have that within ourselves. It's just that when it's clouded with that big, heavy, wet blanket, it's not good for us. Those things that we know about ourselves keep coming up and bumping against the heavy, wet blanket, right? So let's begin. I'm sure everybody wants to know how to begin to disrupt these patterns. And again, anything I'm going to show you today is literally like under 2 minutes, because you can be amazed at how quickly you can discharge emotion. So the first thing I'm going to show you is called bilateral brain stimulation. Fancy words, but all it means is any right-left movement that's repetitive. So this could be walking. Today, we're going to take an object and we are just going to do this. We're going to toss it back and forth. So bilateral brain stimulation is any repetitive right-left movement, just like that. So this is right, left, right, left. And firstly, what you're going to do, and we can do this all together as a group so you can experience it yourself. So everybody, I'm just going to give you a minute while I grab my phone to put on the timer, because we are going to do this for exactly 1 minute. And I'll just lower this so you can see, watch me tossing the ball. So everybody grab something you can toss. I'm going to put my timer on. I do this with every client that comes in the office just to show them how effective this technique is, because quite often what happens is their stress or anxiety is lowered at least 40 to 60%. So timer, 1 minute. Okay, is everybody ready to start? Just give us a yes. Everybody ready to start?
Ready.
Okay, good. All right. First of all, what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you think the thoughts, again, because they're just thoughts that bring up the stress and anxiety. Okay? And everybody just we know how to do this. All you have to do is entertain those thoughts. So really entertain those thoughts. You have doubting yourself, uncertainty of a situation. And what I'm going to have you do as you're thinking those thoughts and feeling those feelings, is you are going to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, because you're going to notice how much they've dropped afterwards. So we have to have some kind of rating. So everybody like notice. Remember how I did with Alex? Did we rate them? Did we get around to rating them? I think he said it was like 5. Everybody rate that feeling, stress or anxiety you might have. And then get ready and begin now. Just toss that back and forth. I want you to remember to breathe. And if you can get a second set of right, left by watching the object go back and forth, that's even better, right? More right, left, right, left, right. Just concentrate. All you have to do is concentrate on throwing that object back and forth, and remember to breathe. Sometimes people get so into it, they hold their breath, and it's not going to work if you hold your breath. So just toss it back and forth, just like that. Breathe. A minute seems like a long time. 19 seconds left. Just back and forth, just back and forth, just like that. You're all doing amazing. 10 seconds left. And you can do this anywhere in public, right? I mean, you're just tossing a ball back and forth. That's not weird. It's not unusual. All right, everyone. That is 1 minute. Okay, so take a deep breath, and I want everybody to revisit that feeling again. And I want you to notice how many points it's dropped. Now, everybody who's done this, feel free to comment in the comment box and tell me how many points that stress, that feeling has gone down.
Right. I'm waiting for a couple comments here. I will note that if I had an object that had a little more weight to it, it was actually more satisfying than something lightweight, which I don't know if there would be a reason behind that, but I did notice a difference myself.
Okay, so Toby, how much did that feeling go down? How many points?
I think it went down by half.
Yeah, that's very typical. So anybody else, how many points? Just type in the comment box.
Someone said down from 2 to previous 5, so roughly half.
So 5, yeah, because if it's a 5 and it went down to 2, that's like over half.
Mm-hmm. Someone else said half. Michelle said half. Anybody here on Facebook that wants to comment that was doing that, you can make a comment too.
So on average, 1 minute of your life, 1 minute of your life to just sit there and discharge that emotion. Okay, now that the emotion has been discharged, what you're going to notice is this allows for more calm, clear, empowered, rational, creative, inspired thinking. So what do you want to do about that? Like, we know what Alex did, right? He sat down and he took a pen and paper and thought about, okay, how can I bring more money in, right? So once we get rid of that feeling, that disempowering feeling, you want to think about how you want to rewire your brain. So how you can rewire your brain is to take out a pen and paper, become creative, start to sculpt something, whatever it is that you like to do, because this is the opportunity when you have removed the emotions to program in exactly how you want your brain to respond from this point in. Okay, everyone? So here's what you're going to notice, and you can look this up online. There's tons and tons of studies. And again, everything I give is simple, can pretty much be done in public. Or you can go into a bathroom stall in your car before a meeting, and just discharge all that unuseful emotion that's preventing you from thinking clearly. So the 4 main effects of bilateral brain stimulation are an overall feeling of relaxation. We noticed by everybody that typed in the chat box, went down by half, went down by 50%, just 1 minute. One night I was really upset. Something had occurred that was not really good for me or to me. And I realized it at 2 o'clock in the morning, just as I was falling asleep. And I was so angry that I thought, I'm messed up. I'll never be able to sleep. This is going to ruminate on my mind all night long. It's going to ruin my night's sleep. So I literally took something And I had to do it 2 minutes because that's how mad I was. At 2 o'clock in the morning, which is when, at night, when we're lying in bed, things can really like accentuate. So I did it for 2 minutes. And this one thought came up, and this one realization that had me think of someone less fortunate, if you want to know the truth. That was it. And that thing seemed like nothing to me after that. And off I went to sleep into bed. So, 2 minutes it may take if it's a stubborn feeling. All right, everybody? So again, it leads to more flexible thinking. Your thoughts open up to different possibilities. We saw that with Alex. We saw everything dissolving into possibility that you weren't able to entertain when you were overcome by emotion. A distancing effect. How many of you felt like now you were outside of that? It wasn't inside of you. You could stand outside of that and have a different perspective. Just put yes in the chat box. Can you see my chat box?
Right. Yeah, we got quite a few people saying yes here. E. Jackson said hers went from a 10 to a 7, and so that's almost half.
You may want to do that. You may want to do that for 2 minutes then. And of course, a decrease in worry, a sense of calm. So again, you may have to do it. I was actually shocked that I had to do it for 2 minutes, but what's 2 minutes out of our life if it's going to lead to more empowered thinking and take us outside of the problem? It's going to disassociate us, right? So disassociation is something I talk about a lot. You want to get outside of your problem. You don't want to be stuck in the muck of it, because when you're outside of it, you can have more creative and resourceful thinking, right? So you're going to perceive the situation differently. All right, so we've got another one I'd like to give you. How's our time doing? Okay, we've got 10 minutes left before question and answering. I want to give you another one. This one's called bilateral brain stimulation. Oh, pardon me. Sorry, that's what we just did. This one's called faster EFT. Okay, and what it is we're going to be tapping on acupuncture meridians. So this is an energy psychology. I think Penny's going to talk a lot about energy psychology because she's an expert in energy medicine. What we're doing is, I call it like peeling the layers of the feeling away. Because what you're going to find is through typing, and again, it's another pattern interrupt, by tapping on these acupuncture meridians, right? It's discharging the emotion, and then new and empowered thoughts come up. So Alex, do you feel like demonstrating this one for us again?
Alex is on mute. Let me see if we can get him, convince Alex to come back. Alex, are you okay with that? I'm going to go ahead and...
Yes. I'm trying to do house cleaning while I listen.
Well, now you're going to clean your brain and your mind.
That's better, actually.
You do mind cleansing.
Yeah.
We're going to mind cleansing.
Okay,
so Alex, what I'm going to have you do, you can see me, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to follow along with me.
Where are you here?
Over here. You see me?
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Oh.
The redhead.
Oh, there you are. Yep.
Redhead in the corner. Okay. So everybody else, you can feel free to follow along with us as well. We're going to do one run through, and then we're going to repeat the faster EFT emotional freedom technique. We're going to do 3 rounds of it. Again, anything I show you is less than a minute. This one you may want to go on with a little bit longer, and I'll show you why, because you'll notice what's going to happen with Alex. At some point, when we discharge all those unhelpful emotions, his feeling is going to flip. And it's going to flip into empowerment, and then we're going to lock that in. All right, so Alex, think of an event, a situation, a particular thought pattern you may have that just totally takes the wind out of your sails, knocks you down, causes you to doubt yourself.
A current one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's what it is. You just have to tell us how it makes you feel. You can keep everything.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I got one. Yeah.
You got
yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you what the situation is, but how is it that you're left feeling?
Alone.
Okay.
I was really looking forward to something, and it may not happen. Everything kind of up in the air. There's this, I feel uncertain, like the uncertainty is really bothering.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so uncertain, alone, anything else?
I would feel sad if this didn't come to fruition.
Okay, and some sadness. All right, so
Yeah.
on a scale of 1 to 10, because you're doing the what if again, right? What if this doesn't happen? And again, whenever we put what if before a question or an event or a situation, that is the hallmark of how to create anxiety. All right, so
it's already, yeah, like just doing that, the what if, yeah.
So everybody be very mindful. If you put what if before a sentence, that's going to spiral you down, everyone, right down into the pit. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, Alex, that feeling of uncertainty, what if, loneliness, whatever else you're feeling, notice where you feel it in your body, and on a scale of 1 to 10, how intense is it? 10 being like, oh my God, I'm in the pit of despair.
Whew. You know, I think it's more affecting than I have been thinking about, because I've been trying not to think that way, the whole what if way. But if I'm doing the what if, it kind of goes up to, it kind of goes up to like a 6 or something. Yeah. All
right. So where do you feel the impact of that emotion in your body?
Like kind of like in between where like my shoulder areas, like both shoulder areas, right where the shoulder connects to whatever the heck bone and muscle that is.
Okay, so right here, so this is typical when we get really stressed out. What we do is we have that thought, like what if, we clench our jaw, we lift our shoulders, and we hold our breath, or we breathe really shallow. Okay, so I wish I had like hours and hours to give you guys, because there's one exercise that I teach that actually breaks that habit. It's a pattern interrupt. It's a form of breathing, but we don't have time today. We're going to demonstrate faster EFT and then take any questions. So, so all I want you to do is this. I want you to tap right here. Oh, right here first. And I want you to acknowledge the feeling. Even though I feel lonely and uncertain, right? This is the karate chop point. I still love and accept myself. All right? So we're acknowledging the feeling. I still love it.
Do you want me to repeat, Didi?
In your head. Or you can.
Yeah.
Even though I feel lonely and uncertain, and I may be disappointed or sad, this doesn't happen, I still love and accept myself. All right. Now, follow me, top of your head. Repeat after me. Let it go. Corner of your brow, let it go. Side of your eye, let it go. Let it go. Under eye, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Corner of your collarbone, let it go. Then you're going to take this right here, this acupressure point, and you're going to take a deep breath and say peace.
Peace.
Okay. Now that you've learned how to do it, we're going to do it 3 times. So I want you to think of that situation. Even though I feel sad, if this doesn't happen, I may be lonely and everything's uncertain, I still love and accept myself. Top of head, let it go. Follow me, everyone, and Alex. Corner of brow, let it go. Side of eye, let it go. Under eye, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Corner of collarbone, let it go. Peace. Okay, that's 1. Let it go. Corner of brow, let it go. Side of eye, let it go. Under eye, let it go. Under nose, let it go. Let it go. Corner of collarbone, let it go. And peace. That's twice. Now, let it go. 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 Corner of collarbone, let it go. And peace.
Peace.
All right. So just take a moment now, Alex, and notice how you now feel about that situation. First thought that comes to mind.
Well, first thought is let go.
Let it go. Great.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you feel about it now? Scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, scale of 1 to 10, like 2.53.
Okay. What were you at originally?
6. It was more like a 6.5. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you went from 2.5 to 3, so it dropped in half again. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're gonna do that again. I recommend you do it again. So everybody, let's do this again. What are the new thoughts that come up that are different, but maybe may not be so empowering still? If there are any, I don't wanna put thoughts in your head, but if there's still 2.5, tell me about the 2.5 feeling that's left.
It feels just like a residual.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not anything new. It just feels like a residual, like it's hanging on kind of thing.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
last little 2.5, even though, right? Even though some of this is still hanging on, I love and accept myself. Let it go. 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 Corner of collarbone, let it go. And peace. So everybody doing this 3 times. Let it go. 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 Corner of collarbone, let it go. Peace. And one more time. Let it go. 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 And peace.
Peace.
All right. So everybody, hopefully you're feeling much better. Alex?
Feeling much better. Yeah.
You
know what? I that first time I don't think I was hitting that pressure point, the peace pressure point, properly.
Whether you weren't, you still got great results. Imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's it feel like now? What's the first thought that comes to mind as you now think of that situation?
Whatever is.
Whatever is. Okay.
Yeah.
So sometimes everybody, you can nick it in 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds of tapping, which I just do 3. So what you're going to notice is the disempowering emotion is going to flip. I say whatever is empowering because it's acceptance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's my spin on, here's how I've added to emotional freedom technique. I like to say, let it in. Let it in. Whatever is. Let it in. Let it in. Let it in. Let it in. Peace. Whatever is. Let it in. 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 Peace. And one more time. Whatever is. Let it in. 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 Peace. All right. Whew. Okay, Alex. Feedback. What's it like for you now? Think about that situation.
I don't know. Kind of seems dissolved, I guess.
Dissolved.
Yeah.
And it's pretty empowered, isn't it? So
yeah, it is.
This is the opportunity where you want to take, since you've lifted that heavy, wet blanket of emotions off, it's dissolved. And you use that word a lot. That's amazing the way your mind does things. It just dissolves barriers. It dissolves obstacles. It dissolves things. What do you want to do now? What does this drive you to want to do now that this is dissolved? It's healthy.
Yeah. Alex Wickham, that's hilarious. For me, do you mean, Didi? Like what? Yeah. Well, honestly, that just like opened up a lot of doors, because I think that was a door that I was kind of expecting and hoping that would happen, and maybe being like focused on that door a little too much, I lose attention of all of the other doors that I can open around me.
Right. What you're saying is it had occupied your thought space, but now you've clear.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's often, again, I can identify it quickly because people come in and they're just saying like, you know, when I'm obsessed with food or alcohol or thoughts or my lover or whatever, it takes up all my thought space. So now when that's clear, notice what your thoughts can now focus on. You said it opens up doors. What are the other doors?
Well, my thoughts are kind of, I don't know, reaching out like tendrils to like feel out other opportunities, you know.
Okay. So everybody, would you say that is much more empowered thinking that resulted of like, maybe what was that, 5 minutes? Now his mind is clear, his thoughts are reaching out into other possibilities and opportunities. Pretty amazing for 5 minutes, right?
That was great. Now, is there a way, like that technique, I think that first technique you showed, is there a way we can like I can cement that feeling and just go back to it like right away?
You could anchor.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So always when you get into a positive and empowered state, you want to anchor it in. So again, like state meaning mind and body together as one, right? So you're feeling good, your body is relaxed, you're creative, you're in the flow. Anchor it in. Just smile to yourself.
Right.
Feel the feeling, cement it in. And yours was, remember who you are, Alex. Like you are this guy that has these tendrils that can reach out and grasp onto other opportunities and possibilities. Right? So make an image in your mind, since you're an artist, and it helps if you make an image of you as this empowered person just reaching out and going, yes, I have lots available to me now. That's the way to cement it in.
Okay, I got that image. That's quite nice. That's a good cementing image. Like I can go back to that one.
Yeah, and I'd like to cement it in all of our what's called submodalities, what you say to yourself, what you feel, and what you see, right? So do it in all three. What you say to yourself is, remember who you are. You are that artist that can depend completely on you. You are that guy who can reach out and grasp other opportunities and see the pictures of you as all these things. So the more pictures you add to your gallery, your mind's eye gallery, I mean, all you have to do after a while is just look at those pictures, breathe, smile, do your anchor. And again, this webinar today was how to keep a consistent, to rewire your brain so you're consistently in a more state of calm, resourceful, rational, empowered, all of the what we call more useful emotions. So everybody's beginning to see how we can rewire our brain by creating that anchor. All right. Well, that was what I was going to talk about next. So once we remove something, we have to refill it, right? Because if we don't, I'll give you an example of why you want to remove and refill. Take an addiction like smoking, okay? Or any addiction, right? If anybody's overcome an addiction, if you're not doing it in an empowered and well thought out way where you're changing your actual thoughts, you're just like white knuckling it and going, oh, cigarette, let me eat something instead. Because that's not a well thought out strategy for quitting an addiction. Quitting an addiction, there's a lot of things, but first you need to remove the feeling. You need to pattern interrupt. So you guys, you want to quit smoking, you want to quit drinking, you want to quit eating chocolate cake, just do bilateral brain stimulation. It'll dissipate that craving, because the craving is being triggered usually by an emotion or a thought, right? So that is a more strategic way to go into quitting an addiction. But when people white knuckle it, what they do is they trade one addiction for another, right? So they say, oh, I want a cigarette. What can I do instead? Let me eat, right? Let me satisfy that need. We don't want to satisfy it. We want to get rid of it. We want to discharge it. If you just are satisfying it, you're trading one thing for another that could be worse. Oh, great. So I've had, like I quit smoking, but I gained 50 pounds. Let me start smoking again so I can lose the weight, right? That's what people normally come to me and they say, oh, I quit smoking 10 years ago, but I gained 50 pounds and I thought it was better to smoke and be thin, right? You don't want to trade one thing out for another. So you always want to refill it that with something empowered, like a healthy thought, go like, once you got that wet blanket off, do 10 sit-ups, or, jump down and put something in there that's really good, right? Fill it with the gallery in your mind's eye of those amazing pictures of yourself, of, like Alex reaching out and just, oh my God, there's so many opportunities. Which one do I want to go for first? He's refilling that spot that used to be angst and doubt and lonely and uncertainty with something empowered, okay? All right, repetition, repetition, repetition. You've got to do these all the time, guys. You've got to like hit it right when you notice it, right? You don't want to spiral down into the abyss. What you want to do is the minute you start to notice the thoughts churning and the feelings coming up, is to do the bilateral brain stimulation or the faster EFT. I've got tons of things I can offer. If you guys want to go to brainhacks101.com, sign up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a free guided visualization, and then you'll be getting a series of videos that demonstrates many of these. I've got 5 different anxiety hacks that I'll be sending out to you every week. So take the opportunity to go get this free guided visualization, which actually incorporates a lot of the things into it, which are going to bring you to a state of calm. So let's talk about, for example, and this is in the videos that you'll receive, just entering into a state of gratitude. Entering into a state of gratitude will instantly get rid of that feeling of angst and replace it. Your DHEA levels will come online by, I think it's, they definitely start, you definitely start releasing DHEA. I have the research here. Let me just give you the actual numbers, because it's 60, and this is done by the Heart Math Institute, which is so amazing. They're just such an amazing research institution. So gratitude is the attitude, right? And when you get into a state of gratitude, it says you get a 23% reduction in your cortisol, that's the stress hormone, and a 100% increase in DHEA. So DHEA is actually the opposite of cortisol. It's the direct counter opposite. It's the calm, it's the resource biochemical, okay? So you wanna enter into producing DHEA. And those, just after 2 minutes of experiencing gratitude, your DHEA will go up by 60%. So you get 100% release of that, and then your levels go up by 60%. So again, you want to get rid of all the results of the stress hormone were like brain empowerment, hypertension, belly fat, all that. Just do gratitude. It's a great pattern interrupt. So on the screen, you can see I have a couple other ones. So think about going for a walk. What does everybody say after they've gone for a walk, right? You're doing this, right, left, feet, hands, right, left, right. Oh, I went for a walk and it cleared my mind. Why do you think that is? It's bilateral brain stimulation. Alternate nostril breathing. Again, I'll be putting out a video on this if you sign up for my newsletter. You alternate nostrils. There's a whole explanation behind it. I won't get into that now. You got faster EFT. We demonstrated that. And rolling your eyes around in a circle. Shamans for thousands of years have known that if anybody has an addiction, you think of that addiction and you just go like this. We call it a brain scramble in NLP, where you're like scrambling it out of your brain, right? Because it's there, it's looping in one spot. But when you do this, or when you do this, you're busting it, like you're defragging your brain. You're getting rid of that emotion, you're discharging it. And the more you do it, the more you scramble your brains or do a circle like this. There's a specific way I do it in NLP, but for now, just the shamans, thousands of years, wise healers, just say, roll your eyes around in a circle and think of that thing. And that too will just like break the loop in your brain. It'll defrag your brain. It'll dissipate it. As Alex, thank you so much. It will dissolve the feeling. I love the way Alex dissolves everything. It's amazing. All right, so these are some of the things that, again, are pattern interrupts and bring a sense of calm, and you want to start rewiring your brain. Now, question and answer period. So does anybody have any questions? If so, just type them in the box.
Okay, so we do have a couple of questions here. First question comes from William Becker out of Oregon City. William wanted to know how meditation fits into this.
Well, meditation, you're switching your brain waves, right? So you're going from beta, which is like a faster brainwave state, into alpha, which is a lower brainwave state. So if you're just calming your brainwaves down, basically, that's what. And the research stats on meditation are unbelievable. Like when you switch to meditation, here's how the brain works. Okay, here's your executive decision-making center right here, your frontal lobe. Back here, you have your emotional center, which is your amygdala, okay? Basically, it's like a dimmer switch. When stress and anxiety go up, you go into fight or flight amygdala, and critical thinking, rationale, and all of that go down. When rationale and critical thinking go up, stress goes down. It's literally a dimmer switch. So meditation, what it does is it brings you into your prefrontal cortex, and you actually begin within 6 weeks to grow your neurons, and they've done research on this, by up to 28%. So you're growing the front of your brain. Remember, the more you're here, anxiety goes down. So meditation puts you in the habit of moving your thinking to your prefrontal cortex and growing your brain. You will actually grow your brain within 6 weeks by 28%. So you want to you want to really nurture that part of your brain, because again, I always say, like, resourceful, creative, inspired thinking can only come from a calm mind. When we make decisions from fear or anxiety, they're usually regretful and they're usually reactive. When you move to this part of your brain through doing a meditation or doing a pattern interrupt, you're going to have much more resourceful thinking. So, any other questions?
Sure. Regarding fear and anxiety and culture, it seems like this would be highly ineffective for us to thrive as a human race, but yet we find ourselves vacillating to stress, fear, and anxiety as kind of a cultural norm. And it takes a person like you to remind us about these other things. What do you think it is about human nature that relies on fear and anxiety, since it's so unhelpful?
It's human nature. I think, look at this whole COVID thing, okay? Turns out, it wasn't as bad as we thought. The numbers showed that. But what did the media do every single day for 6 weeks? The media said, oh, you're going to die. You're going to be on a respirator. You're going to do this. It's going to spread around the world. We have to stop it. We have to shut everything down. After 9/11, I watched the news after 9/11 for 2 years every day. They showed those Twin Towers collapsing. What does all our advertising tell people? Think about it. You're nothing unless you buy this product. You look beautiful. You're not smart enough, pretty enough, thin enough. I think our culture breeds that so that we can stay on this hook where we have to buy products to feel good. We have to get everything from outside of us. We need the news to tell us how to think and be and what's going on in the world. So we're giving our power away to those outside forces when, as we can see with Alex, the power comes from within, you know, and that's your divine right, is to take that power back, right? Don't be a victim to advertisers and news and things like that. You know, when this whole COVID thing came up, I was just getting really like angry, you guys, because I kind of saw this social programming that was going on in the news. They were just like repetition. Remember how I said repetition is key? They were driving that fear into repeating the same thing. You got to stay away. You can't touch anybody. Social distancing. It was just like a repetitive program, and it just annoyed me because there was no counterbalance. They weren't saying, oh, by the way, you know, almost the same amount of people die from the regular flu every day. Or they weren't saying, like, there was no counter to it. It was all fear. And then I had to step out of that and I had to say, you know, digital detox for 3 days, that's enough. I am not helpful to anyone if I am angry. So again, it's just sometimes when you get sucked into the abyss, you got to take a step back, do whatever you need to do. Sometimes people just need to step away from the world. That was me. People were sending me videos every day on Bill Gates and this and that. And it was just emphasizing the point that was making me angry. So I literally had to step back, do a digital detox, not listen to anyone, watch anything, and just get my head on straight again. So
is there a time to get angry?
Yes, when it's motivating, right? But then leave the anger behind and keep the motivation. Remember I said, no, emotions aren't good or bad. They're either useful or unuseful. If the drinking and driving campaign originally got Mothers Against Drunk Driving, how did that movement get started? Mother was really angry. Daughter got killed from a car accident. That anger can sometimes fuel us to make change. But what you want to be cognizant of is to let go of the anger and keep the motivation. So you want to consciously remind yourself, I can let go of the anger, but I'm still going to take the action that I had originally intended that came up through the anger, right? But again, it's like we've got to think these through. And in order to think these things through, we have to get rid of the emotion temporarily to have clearer thinking.
Okay, next question here from Alex. He wanted to know, he's trying to sign up for your newsletter, but said it didn't work. Is there something he can do to get your newsletter?
So brainhacks101.com, there should be what's going to happen is you're going to go to the site and a little pop-up box is going to come down. I'm just going there now, just on it. Brainhacks101.com. What'll happen is a little pop-up box should just come floating in and you sign up. You just have to be there for about a minute or so on the site and scroll down and that pop-up box should come down. It should just come floating down. I'm just checking it now as we speak.
As someone who's trained in hypnotherapy, Didi, what are you seeing? As you know, you said repetition from commercial outlets to control us through fear via repetition of social distancing. Since this is a COVID-based conversation, what else can we look out for that is also a sneaky way to control the masses?
Well, I always say, it's in what you're not hearing. So look at how come they never did a compare and contrast of regular flu to calm people down. Like regular influenza, and everybody's I know I'm just gonna get 100 emails saying, but it's not, the virulence of it is more, it spreads faster. Maybe numbers are kind of showing that not as bad as we thought. So I always, like with SARS, for example, I always empower myself with knowledge, right? So with SARS was such a big deal, you know, people were wearing masks, shut down our city. And in the end, it only killed 800 people worldwide. And most of those people had compromised immune systems. So kind of look at the numbers and say, wait a second, respiratory disease kills almost 130 to 60,000 Americans a year. Americans. SARS only killed 800 worldwide. So I would question what they're not showing you, because right from the beginning of this campaign, It was fear, as far as I'm concerned, complete and utter fear mongering. And I want everybody to notice all the laws that are being passed now. Enhanced tracking on your cell phone. Oh, well, you know, if you had COVID, you know, you're going to have to download this app, and we're going to see where you go and who you come into contact with all the time. You know, and then they're asking for volunteers in England, a force of 1,500 to go in and enforce and follow people around and harass them for, you know, like, you were in contact with someone who had COVID. I mean, does this sound familiar? Nazi Germany, right? Like, isn't that what they did in the beginning? They got volunteers to, you know, go and, you know, help with the I mean, anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent with all this.
Didi, I wanted, there's two things I wanted to. The first one is the words social distancing. I was thinking about that, and you're talking about repeating, and we keep saying social distancing, social distancing. Those words are getting programmed in our minds also, which is not a good thing. And then I have the second question is, you know, everything you said, okay, but the reality right now is that a lot of people's lives have been completely devastated, and they lost their jobs, they lost their money, they lost everything. And at this point, what can you say to these people about moving forward? And you know, because it may feel to some people like like paralysis.
Agreed. And when life is that uncertain, and I really feel for my Americans to the south of us, because thank God, like, I'm one of those people. Like, my business was instantly shut down. We got a stimulus of $2,000 every month for 4 months. So although rent might be $1,400 for a 1-bedroom in Toronto, at least I got something coming in. And I really feel for you guys, and I'm sorry your government is not anteing up and giving you money, because that's just ridiculous, but that's a whole other conversation. I would say disrupt it, get into more rational, empowered thinking. The opportunities and the possibilities will open up for you, even if just slightly, but you have to get rid of that, oh my God, what if I have no money? What if? You know, do whatever you need to do. Rack up your credit cards. I mean, do what you need to do. And unfortunately, I'm really sorry if anybody's lost a loved one due to COVID. I don't mean to diminish it and its impacts at all by saying this, but I do believe in comparing and contrasting numbers as well. So.
I have one last question here from Jason. I'm going to allow Jason to ask Didi a question. Jason, thanks for joining us. You are on the air. Can you hear me, Jason?
He might have his microphone.
He had his hand raised, and maybe you just had a specific question that you want to write out instead of talk, but your mic is on, Jason. If you want to come back, you're welcome to do that. I don't specifically know his question.
I want to say while Jason's writing his question, and that even my 84-year-old dad, when the media started doing this, he goes, why are they doing this to the people? Why are they doing this to the people? You know, like, even him being from another country, Greece, he's had this kind of common sense to know that this is somehow not right. I mean, sure, implement whatever you've got to do, like implement the social distancing or shut down the businesses, but don't keep people racked in such fear. You know, what's necessary. But anyway, what's Jason's question?
Well, I don't see a question yet. I see Mel Fabregas is watching us, which he has a really strong voice about similar topics that I talk about, but he's done quite a few podcasts regarding COVID. So, Mel, if you have a question, I'd love to hear what it is and pose it to you.
We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Right.
Mel?
Well, you have some websites here too. What do you have coming? A lot of conferences have been canceled this year. Are you just doing more webinars in general? Do you find yourself utilizing Skype and Zoom to interact with people? Can you hear me, Didi?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Mel.
Oh, no, to you.
Yeah, well, I used to do a lot of the industry conferences. Like I used to go speak, I've
Mhm.
spoken in England and the US and Canada, various hypnosis. I've moved on to another project. So I didn't actually apply for any of those this year. And it's a good thing because several of them got canceled. I'm moving on into a sustainability project right now, as well as doing my hypnosis and my brain hacks. That's always going to be a part of who I am because I love it. Like I'm insatiable. I have an insatiable curiosity. I'm going to always pursue what's going to help us make our brains and our lives better. But yeah, so I'm working on a sustainability project that's going to help make sure everybody in the world has a sustainable, locally grown type of food. So
Mm.
that's my side project. So yeah, but I'm always available if anybody wants to have a session over Zoom, or if you just want to buy the Brain Hacks 101. We've got anxiety hacks, health hacks, and weight loss hacks. A lot of what I was talking about, how to get rid of the addiction, right? Because food is an addiction. Unfortunately, our manufacturers have studied food well and can create the perfect, what they call bliss formula, that goes straight to the centers, pleasure centers of your brain and causes an addiction to junk food. That's a whole other subject.
Wow, that sounds
So,
like a fascinating one there. A bliss
well,
formula.
on another time, we'll do weight loss another. Well, any kind of addiction and how to break an addiction in a well thought out and strategic way, right?
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Didi. And again, the website is brainhacks101.com and miraclesofmind.com. People
So
can
miraclesmind.tv. Dot,
.tv.
yeah,
Great. Thank you for
miracle.
correcting me. All right,
Okay, so
Michelle, any last words from Michelle? Are you with us, Michelle?
I am here. Thank you, Didi. That was fantastic. And thank you so much for being here today and talking about these very important things. I think it's inspiring. And I also wanted to thank Alex for being courageous and vulnerable and being our little example.
And I'm just going to say Mark McNabb, Paul Ohm, George Eric, everybody that joined me on Facebook Live, thank you for being here too. And thank you for all of our wonderful attendees. Thank you for attending. It's been my absolute pleasure. I hope you've gotten a lot from today's seminar.
Well, before
And
you
I
leave,
hope they all, oh, sorry.
one question here before you go, Didi. Mel Fabregas wanted to ask, here's a question. Do you
Okay.
see a world going back to normal? It seems the powers that want to be using
Oh, I don't.
is their last card.
Yeah, I'll answer that as quickly as possible because I know our next guest is waiting. I think this time, like our world was just, we were going at a pace that was unsustainable for us emotionally and mentally. And that was reflected in my business and the people that were coming. They're always like, I have so much to do. I can't do it all. And they're beating themselves up because they think it's their fault that they're not making time for their loved ones. But in reality, everything was speeding up and piling up on us. And I think now that we've had this time to step back and really reflect because we've been at home on what's important to us and what is truly a priority. And I think with a lot of people having, I think there was a survey that showed 70% of people that are working at home like it much better and get more work done. I think everything as we know it is going to change. I think we're going to get rid of some bricks and mortar. People are going to be working from home. I think people have had this time to realize what's important to them and prioritize people and things in their life. And I think we're going to let go of some of that consumerism and materialism that the outside advertising forces had us believe would make us complete. You have everything you need in here, Alex. Thank you for showing us that and demonstrating that for us in just this short hour that I spent with everybody.
Fantastic. Thanks, Didi. And to the audience that follows Didi, we encourage you to stay around for Penny Price Lavin. We have a wonderful show ahead of you. 2 more speakers all the way to 3 o'clock, including the patient whisperers coming in at 1:15 to roughly around 2:30. Again, thanks, Didi.
You're welcome. Have a good day, everyone.
And they can go to the strangebro.com to sign up for the Zoom so they can get out if you're going to go off Facebook, right?
Oh, right. So anybody that needs a ticket, they can go to Strange Brow, BRAU Radio, Strange Brow Radio, and you can just hop right back in the Zoom meeting, or you can come over to the Facebook page, Tobe Johnson. That's my name, Tobe Johnson, and we're streaming right now on Facebook. I think I have an open public site, so I don't need to friend you or anything. Just catch back up with us here if Didi closes her stream.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye
All
now.
right. Perfect. All right, Penny, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good to see you.
Oh,
Thanks
good.
for joining us.
Thank you, Toby. Nice to be here.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for having me. Thanks for coming. I've got your bio written up right here. I just want to make sure that it is the correct one, Penny. It looks like I misquoted something here. So let me bring up the right one. And where'd you go? Well, I'll be darned. Penny, your little bio took off on me, unfortunately, here. So to introduce you properly, I'm going to let you do the talking here so I don't screw this up. So why don't you introduce yourself, Penny?
Thank you, Toby. No problem. My name is Penny Price Lavin. I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in media for many decades, and I learned energy healing a number of years ago. And I became a practitioner and an instructor with an international energy healing school called One Light Healing Touch. And a few years ago, I did a documentary called The Healing Field, Exploring Energy and Consciousness. And I interviewed amazing people like Bruce Lipton and Lynn McTaggart and Beverly Rubik and Candace Pert, all talking about how energy and consciousness interacts and what all the repercussions were and what was on the cutting edge in that field. And it's so popular in Gaia. It's on Amazon, but it's so popular in Gaia that they also have it in German, French, and Spanish. So I think that people are really waking up. I think people are really hungry for the information. After it was out a couple of years, a number of people asked me to do a book because what I keep being told about the documentary is that it has so much information in it that people really love to see it again and again. And so they said, why not do a book so that people could have it and read it? So I did a book, and I'll just hold it up for your, and it's called
just
The
raise
Healing
it a little bit
Field.
higher there. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. The Healing Field, Exceptional Healing Practices to Change Your Life. So what I just want to talk about just for a few minutes is the reason I did this book is because what's happening, what I'm presenting in the book and what we need at this time in Earth's history is we need to empower people, right? We need to empower people. It used to be that when something was wrong with us, we would say, oh, I need to see that expert. Or if something medically was wrong with us, we would say, oh, I need to see a doctor. And what's happening now is that self-care and medicine is being turned on its head, and people are, what we want with what's happening with people in this country and around the world, that people are now learning to say, well, what can I do myself? What can I do to change my diet or change my exercise or look at what I'm bringing into my life that is causing stress? So the first thing that's happening now for people all over is this huge change in awareness for self-care to see what we can do. And there was a wonderful guy I was listening to recently, Dr. David Katz, and he's from Yale, and he was saying, you win the battle with lifestyle as medicine. And that's an important thing to know, that that's what we're talking about, that these are all, the theme that I would like to leave everybody with today is, when we come out of this, we need to be different, and we will be different because this is a shock to the entire world. And what we need to know and open up to is be present, and to be aware. And what I mean by that is to be aware is not to be unconscious, to really be aware of what are you eating, what vitamins are you taking, what exercise are you doing. You can't just slide by anymore. To be aware means you have to do things that actually impact your immune system in positive ways. We know with this virus and in so much of the illness, it has to do with how strong our immune system is, and now never before as important as it is with this virus. So it's making us wake up. It's making us wake up to say, what am I doing in my life? I'm just not going to sit on the couch. I'm not just going to take my antidepressants, or, you know, I know the sales of antidepressants is up, as well as alcohol. But we know that when we do that, we make ourselves unconscious. And that's not what we need to do now. We need to learn how to be more conscious. So as I say, learn, what are we doing in exercise? What are we doing in food? If you can't go out, you can certainly exercise at home. And we also need to take care of reducing our stress level. And I know a lot of people talk about stress at this point, but one of the things I'd love your listeners to be aware of is that when we're in stress, rather than the whole circulation feeding the body in the normal way, going to the organs and the muscles and taking out cells that have been that need to be recirculated, what's happening when we're in stress is that energy goes to the muscles for flight or fight. And because we're in the state of, you know, being in this fight or flight, so we're really changing the chemistry of our body when we're in stress. So the important point is to know that we're feeling stressed, we're feeling afraid, we're feeling worried, and not to deny those things, because the important point is that we know about energy and consciousness is that you can't deny anything. If you, whatever you're denying, it is staying with you. If you are denying it, then you're just trying to not be aware of something, but it's still staying with you in your awareness. So what you need to do is acknowledge it. I'm feeling stressed, I'm feeling worried, I'm feeling whatever it is that we're feeling now, and many of us are feeling a lot of strong emotional states. So then you can say, well, we all need to say, what can I do? Yes, I can do those lifestyle changes, but what can I do about stress? So we can do meditation, we can do yoga, we can exercise, really brings down stress levels and the cortisol levels of the body. Any kind of exercise, you can go up and down your stairs, you can do some, you know, Air Force exercises, very simple things, but make sure that when you get up in the morning, do those 20 minutes of that, because that will help you through the whole day to bring down those stress levels so that you don't feel the need to, you know, get the sugar or get the alcohol or get the antidepressants. And speaking of sugar, they know now that sugar is one of the most powerful things that suppresses our immune system. So we all, you know, we get on the couch and we have not one cookies, but a bag of cookies. And that's the opposite of what we need to do. And that brings me back to the theme for today, which is how we need to come out of this post-COVID period that we're in, is we need to be present and we need to be aware and wake up. We all need to wake up in so many ways. So we need to reduce the stress level, and to be able to be more aware, to be present, we have to deal with that stress. So besides, you know, yoga and meditation, what we can do is we can learn, all of those things are wonderful, but we can also learn how to use energy practices. And this is something that we know a lot about in One Light Healing Touch, because we have an international energy healing and mystery school in this country and in Germany. And we teach many, many, many practices and healing techniques so that people can really change their energetic. So in the school, we teach about 50 self-healing practices. So sound work, movement, breath work, sacred ceremony, visualizations, all of those wonderful things that really start changing the energy. And then we'll teach a healing technique to heal themselves and to heal other people. So when you add the energy component to the things that I just mentioned, you know, diet and exercise, when you add the energy component, things really, really start to shift. And they have to shift so that when we come out of this, we can be more present and be more aware. And what I want to just tell you about energy is that when we're holding, whatever we're holding energetically, our fear, our anger, our sadnesses, our worries, when we're holding those energies, we're just not holding those energies. But as the energy comes through us from the light from above and the magnetic from below, and it pours out our chakras, our energy distribution centers, then we're radiating whatever we're holding. We're radiating that out into our families and into our community. So we're not islands. You know, some people think that they're all by themselves. We're not. We're constantly interacting. Even if we say nothing, we're constantly interacting with our world at large. And when you change your energetic and you say, okay, what do I need to deal with today? What am I holding? My anger, my fear, my worry. What can I do about that? And I'm going to show you in a minute what one of the things that we can do about it. So we're going to be doing some energy practices. So energy practices, they support and enhance the immune system. And we also know that there have been studies where they've had energy healers work on viruses and bacteria. And they've actually found that when energy healers send the energy, whether they can have their hands right above the dish with a bacteria or a virus, or they can send it over long distances, they've really seen that energy healing from a healer really changes and lessens that bacteria and virus. So we know that when we're stressed, that energy thrives, and when we send healing energy, we can dissipate some of that overgrowth of bacteria and viruses. So energy is something that, energy is something that, even though it's unseen, it's absolutely real. And if you think of, sometimes, you feel a certain way and you go to a gathering, and suddenly within moments, you start feeling buoyant and you start feeling higher. And what it is, we match energy. There's been an energetic in the room that has been gay and joyful, and we pick that up. And then sometimes we'll be with a group of people and there'll be somebody new in the group, and we don't know who they are, and we start feeling tireder and tireder, and then we go home and we are exhausted, and we feel like we've been with an energy vampire, and we have. Some people really just suck energy, and most of the time they don't even know that they're doing that, but you can know that that's what happened. And ideally you can spend less time with that person, obviously, but many times we're around people like that have an energetic that is really can be harmful to us, that we have to be around. We have to be around a difficult boss, or perhaps it's a difficult in-law. So what you can learn to do in that situation is learn how to be aware. This is what's going on with me. It's real. And then learn to release the energy. And the point that I want people to realize is that I'd like them to be aware of how they're feeling in this situation, so that when they are tuning into that, they can say that is a real feeling that I'm having when I'm around that person. So let me begin to consciously choose to spend less time around that person. So and many times when we can't, we have to be around that person for a particular reason, then what you can do is you can learn how to do energy practices. So before I start the energy practices, I just want to ask your listeners today and viewers to close their eyes, and on a scale of 1 to 10, seeing 1 on the left and 10 on the right, seeing a scale of 1 to 10, and ask themselves, how do I feel right now, 1 to 10? And a number will pop up, and don't overthink it. The first number that pops up is the right number. And so after we do the practice, I'll ask you to do this again. So 1 to 10, how am I feeling right now? 1 to 10. And you don't have to speak it, but you can just remember for it later. All right. So what I want to mention about energy healing before we do some practices is that energy healing has been practiced around the world for thousands of years. And energy healing is something that's innate, part of the human condition. When we're children and we scrape our knee, and our mother puts her hand on our scraped knee, and we feel the warmth in that hand, we have a feeling of that there's the wonderful feeling that is going in that area. So we know that there's something that is innate with energy healing. And energy healing, as I said, has been practiced for thousands of years around the world. And currently what's fascinating is there's this enormous resurgence in energy healing. And it's being studied by universities all over the world because people are seeing that it works. Sometimes it works in a small way, sometimes it works in an enormous way, but it always has a positive effect. My husband is Ron Lavin. He's the founder of One Light Healing Touch, and he was in 5 studies with the National Institutes of Health. And they did studies on AIDS patients. And it's also called the Elizabeth Targ study. And what they did is he would work on a patient for 5 days, and he only had their picture, their T-cell count, and their first name. And then he would tune into them spirit to spirit, and he would get a sense of what kind of healing he was going to do, because we have many different kinds of healings that we can do in One Light Healing Touch. And then he would send the healing on, then he would send the healing. This is 3,000 miles away across the country. And then in the protocol, they did it for 5 days. And then at the end of the 5 days, he would send his notes, and he would send it back to California Pacific Hospital, which is the largest hospital system in California. And they were overseeing the study for the NIH and giving it to the NIH. They were overseeing it. So what was fascinating, absolutely fascinating, is that when these results came in, and there were a number of healers like Ron, he wasn't the only one, but they chose people who were master healers. And choosing master healer, which means that they wanted a healer with a certain kind of resonance. They checked him with a magnetic frequency, and I believe it was 8.0 or 1 hertz. And there's different ways of looking at when people have healing energy, but they use the magnetic resonance. And what was fascinating was when the results went in, they found that all of the people, they had a control group and a treated group. And the treated group, all of their secondary diseases either went away entirely, which is extraordinary, or they went away to a significant amount. And in medicine, the word significant means something specific. So their need for drugs was less, their moods were better, their hospital stay was shorter. And the people in the control group, 40% of them, 40% of them actually died. So the results were so amazing that they had them repeat the study. They had Dr. Elizabeth Targ repeat the study 4 times. Each time the results were exactly the same. And what was also very interesting is that when they looked at the patient that somebody like Ron would work with, and they would look at, Monday morning at 10 o'clock, and Ron did this particular healing on this person, and they then went to that patient, and that patient would say, not knowing what was going on, because they were selected, but they didn't know that they were chosen. And they would say, Monday morning at 10 o'clock, I started feeling this peace come over me, or these colored lights, or blue or gold, or whatever it was, but they would feel a change and a shift, and they would feel more at peace and more in balance. So it was an amazing study. And after the 4th time, with the results being exactly the same, it became a landmark study in the Western Journal of Medicine. So I just want to let your viewers know that energy healing, although it's not seen, it is absolutely palpable. And now there's over 100 studies, double-blind studies, that have proven that energy healing actually works, and very positive results. So what I want to just mention is that we're all sponges. We all hold energy. So we hold on to energy. We hold on to energy from our parents, becomes our core programming, from traumas like what's going on in our world today with COVID. So this is a trauma that's happening to our entire society. So we hold on to these traumas, and we hold on to the daily stresses. And so when you are holding on to this energy, it sits in various parts of our bodies. So as energy healers, we will tune into that and feel where it is in the body. Or it's like if you go to a chiropractor, if you go to Chinese medicine, and they feel the body, and they'll say, oh, you're really stuck, or it's really flowing. So we all tune into it in different ways, but we're all tuning into where energy is held in the body, and the chi, or the energy, is not flowing. So when you can release this energy, amazing things start happening for people, and you start feeling more creative, and you start feeling more open, and your health is improved, and your heart is more open, and there's a greater flow that's happening in your body, and you feel more present and more grounded. So it's really an important thing to feel, to release this energy that we're holding, and that really gets held in our field. And I love the phrase that Einstein talked about, the field is everything. So the way I perceive that is that whatever we're holding, our fear, our worry, the kind of energies that we're having that day when we're not having a good day, we're holding that energy. But as I said, that energy flows out into our world. So as it's flowing out into our world, we're feeling it. The world, whoever we're interacting with, is feeling it. And so we're not really perceiving what's actually happening out there in our world, because we are constantly just feeling ourselves. We're feeling this energetic that we are carrying around with us. So the field, as Einstein said, the field is everything. It becomes our reality. So the important point is to say, well, how can I shift that? How can I shift this worry or stress or fear or the old traumas that I had, that I'm carrying with me from my family? How can I shift that? And that's one of the things that we do in One Light Healing Touch. We teach people how to release that and shift it. And I just want to mention that at the end of May, I'm going to be giving a one-day workshop called A Day of Healing on Zoom. So if anybody's interested, please go to the website. The website is called onelighthealingtouch.com. And it's called A Day of Healing, and it is May 31st. So if this interests you, then please join me. So when we work with the energy practices and the healing techniques, and we release the energy, we release the stuck energy and held energies, and we release them, and then we fill ourselves with light, and this is how we come back into balance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to guide you now through a few different practices to help our listeners and viewers feel more at peace and at balance, in balance with themselves. So the first thing I want to do is I want to explain this. A great, wonderful practice is called running energy. And I've given it to the program here. And I think if anybody wants it, they can get it from you. It's called running energy. It's also on our CD or MP3, but let me just tell you, there are 3 parts to it. The first part is I want you to create a cloud above your head, and a white puffy cloud, and then I'll have you release into the cloud. I'll have you cut your grounding cord under your feet with your invisible feather, invisible knife, and we all have grounding cords that connect us to the earth, or otherwise we'd be sailing off into space. So you'll have to take my word for it that we actually do have grounding cords. And then I'll be guiding you through that, and then I'm going to moving into some sound work, and then I'm going to be opening into the light, so you will feel a wonderful practice at the end of this. So, and the way sound work works, if any of you do chanting groups, sound work is wonderful, because when you bring sound work in, it's like if you go to church and you sing and you feel wonderful afterwards, what happens is that when we bring that sound in and we vibrate it, it literally helps vibrate that stuck energy. Because we're talking about stuck energy, so we can deal with it energetically, and also sound work helps release that stuck energy. So close your eyes, and the sound work is called the Nam, and you bring in the sound into the second chakra, which is right below the belly button, a couple of inches, and you bring the sound there, Nam, and then Ram, and then you move up to the heart chakra, La and Sa, and you really want to try to bring that sound into the second chakra, which is the emotional center, and up, and the La and Sa to the heart center, because there are 2 biggest areas of issues. We have more physical illness in those 2 areas than any other area in our body. So they're really important areas to bring healing into those areas. So it's basically a big breath in, Nam, and then Ram, Ram, and And up to the heart, la and sa. La. And then sa. Sa. And again, big breath in, down to the second chakra. Nam. And then ram. Ram. And now to the heart, la and sa. La. Sa. And now down to the second again, nam. Nam. And then ram. Ram. Into the heart, la and sa. La. Sa. And then last nam, down to the second. Nam. And before you move into running energy, just tune in, scan your body, and check how you feel. That was only 3 rounds of the nam. Feel free to do it in the car when you're driving. It will always help bring you into balance. So just feel and tune in. So now we'll move into running energy. So I'd like you to imagine a white cumulus cloud above your head, clean and fresh. And I want you to release into this cloud using your breath all the thoughts that are running around in your head. Confusion and worry and fear and concerns. Breathe and release, and let all those thoughts breathe and release. Send them up to the cloud. Use your breath to help you release. Breathe and release. Send them up to the cloud. You can come back to your thoughts later. For now, let them go. Breathe and release. One final breath. Breathe and release. Send those thoughts up to the cloud. We think a lot and we overthink a lot. So just let that mind relax. Let those thoughts go. And now perhaps if those of you who are especially psychic and clairvoyant, the cloud has gotten a bit darker with the energy that you've released. So now let's send this cloud out the window, up to the sun. Let it be destroyed and recycled. Let it go. Consciously send it up to the sun. Let it be destroyed. And now bring your awareness back to your body and cut your grounding cord under your feet with your invisible feather, invisible knife, and create a brand new grounding cord from the bottoms of your feet. And now think of like the roots from a tree. Send a grounding cord down from the bottoms of your feet and your spine, and send it down into the soil. Any color, any texture you wish. Send that grounding cord down through the soil, through the rocks, down through the underground streams, down through the core of the earth, and anchor into the core of the earth. And feel and sense or see however you perceive is all fine. Send it down to the core of the earth. See that molten core in your mind's eye. You've seen pictures of our molten core. Just put that in your mind's eye. Send that grounding cord down. And feel fully grounded down into the core of the earth. Say hello to Gaia, 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 Gaia. And now bring your awareness back to your head, and we'll begin to release on a deeper level down into the core of the earth, and be released into the clouds. So bring your awareness back to your head and feel any tightness in your scalp, behind your eyes, in your jawbone, in your neck. Wherever you feel stress and tension, ask those areas to open and release. Send that tension down the grounding cord, let it go. So through this part of the releasing, you want to consciously send it down the grounding cord. So you don't want to just be releasing it into your field so it stays with you, but you want to consciously send it down the grounding cord, down into the core of the earth so it can be recycled. And don't worry about giving what you're releasing to Mother Earth. She doesn't take it as negative or positive. It's just energy. It's used to create new life. So don't worry about that if that is a concern in any way. And now bring your awareness to your shoulders and your rib cage. And if anything feels tight, move it if you wish, as you wish, and breathe and release and let any
Hey, Penny, I hate to interrupt you here mid-meditation, but we do have a pause in the video. So for anybody who is watching, at least on my end, it may be an element of a storm that is passing through here in the Pacific Northwest. But I just want to make sure everyone else has a feed or not. So if someone could let me know.
Here.
Okay, Michelle, is there a pause on my end or is it on everyone's end?
No, it's on Penny. She just disconnected.
Okay.
We lost her.
Okay, pause here. Okay, so Michelle, maybe you could reach out to Penny again and have her log back in. Meanwhile, I'll check in with the audience here and people on Facebook Live while Michelle reestablishes a connection. So what you're witnessing right now is a live meditation with Penny Lavin, and she's was mid-meditation here before her line got cut. My question to her when she comes back after she finishes has to do with the vibrational frequency of Ram and Nam. I think there's probably more there than just tranquility and a meditation tone. I'm curious about what she knows regarding what those tones actually are doing. It almost sounds like a tuning fork to me. So we'll get that question asked to her here. Let's go to the chat and see what other questions we have going. Yeah, we did lose the feed, Eric. You got Michelle and me, and no Penny. So let's maybe she meditated herself off this planet, and we'll have to get her back. It's possible. While we're waiting for Penny to come back, I encourage everybody to take a look at the Butterfly Effects Center, Michelle Freed's own website regarding remote viewing. Michelle is an amazing instructor. Alex Whitcomb and myself and several other people have taken her course. So we are, personal students of Michelle's work. And if you don't know anything about remote viewing, maybe you've heard about it from a clandestine point of view regarding our military. Michelle, in fact, was trained from ex-military regarding how she teaches remote viewing, but it is not a military exercise by any means. It's a trained ability that needs to be taught, much like martial arts. And as far as the kind of work that we've done along the way, I don't look at myself as a natural born remote viewer, but what we were able to garner just in the 6 short weeks before all hell broke loose with COVID-19, we had a pretty high success rate. And here is Michelle showing a little bit of her website, sharing her screen. Let me remove the comment section here so I can take a look at it. Yeah, Michelle, you got yourself on mute here. It looks like you probably sent a note off to Penny regarding her feed getting cut, but here's a small sample of Michelle sharing her webpage with you. Class begin on June 11th. You can sign up now, and Michelle can fit quite a few people into a remote viewing session. They're really well done. They're totally comprehensive, and they're effective and work. And this is not something that feels as though you're disconnected from science. You're embedded in science. It's a new type of science. So if you're not new age minded, if you're not attached to the woo, if you're a science minded person, let's just face it, a science minded male like myself, this is something for you. And, you know, the military wouldn't be invested in this if it wasn't something that was working. So I have a question here from the chat. Haven't reached her yet. Okay, so Michelle's still trying to reach her. We'll still do a little cross promotion. Just so you know, we can see your email at this point as well, Michelle. So if you're sharing your screen with that. Also, I'll go ahead and share my screen here and do a little self-promotion. Actually, let me bring it up here first. I have just released an audiobook regarding the Al Moon Lab. So if you listen to my podcast, you've heard me speak probably ad nauseum about a place in Cottage Grove called the Al Moon Lab. And so what was going to be just a book is now a audio experience, and it is under strangebrowradio.com. So I'll bring up my webpage here and we'll take a look. So you can get a hold of this book for $3. It takes you immediately to the Patreon page where you can become a member, listen to the book. You have 30 days to download the 4.5-hour novel, but it's an immersive audiobook. It's more of an audio experience. And there's a free sample here. It gives you an idea of exactly what the book is about as far as the tone. And if you want to even hear more, you can go to Midnight FM. I just did a interview with Tim Weisberg last night. You can also go to episode 37 at strangebrowradio.com. There's a podcast out there waiting for you to subscribe to. I would ask that you do. I would ask that you would become a member for $3 and stay a member at patreon.com. Lots of extra content in there. And if we click away here, we can take a look. We'll bring up the website. And things are lagging here a little bit on my end. Sorry about that. But here's the website in total. This is actually my screen here. It's taking you through the moderator standpoint. But including that is the content we had with Tom Powell in regards to the Skinwalker Ranch. And John B. Alexander joined us. It was quite an in-depth conversation regarding Skinwalker Ranch and Tom Powell's experience with the paranormal Bigfoot. Lots of stuff in here. Conversation with the director and cameraman of the Bigfoot Alien Connection, a documentary that we're in, and a lot of field research stuff as well. So I'm constantly trying to update that. That content, again, is available if you just go to strangebrowradio.com, and there is all your menus up here. So I will bring this back. Penny, are you back with us?
I'm back. Can you hear me?
We are. Sorry about that. Your feed cut out, and so we did a little promotion.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. So you were mid-rom or nom when we lost you, so I'll let you continue.
Thank you. So strange thing, there's no storm here. The whole house lost electricity. Have no idea what happened, but thank you for bearing with me. I'm back. So we finished with Nam. So just close your eyes and feel that energy. And now the third part of it is I want you to open to the light. So let's see a huge, beautiful ball, a bright sun right above your head, radiating and pulsating, a huge divine energetic. Some people see it as the sun. That's all fine. I want you to see a great golden or white light, whatever you like, and know that it's a divine energetic. And let's say hello to that divine energetic. And now I'd like you to invite it down and open your crown chakra at the very top of your head, and invite the divine light to pour into your brain and washing your brain and eyes and down your jaw and teeth, down your throat, down into your shoulders, down both arms and hands, palms up. Just let the light flow out your palms, no effort. Invite the light to flow down your arms and out your palms. And now bring your awareness back to your upper chest and invite the light to flow down through into your heart, washing the chambers of your heart, the bowels of your heart. And now down through your lungs. We know with COVID, it's really important to keep our lungs clean. So bring that divine light into your lungs. Let it wash and clean the whole lungs, all the lobes of the lungs. And now invite the divine light to pour through into your midsection, down into your lower torso, your belly, your abdomen, your intestines, that whole region. And now let the divine light pour down your left leg, left foot into the grounding cord. And now down the right leg, right foot into the grounding cord. And let that divine light just flow through you from head to toe. And all the women who are watching and listening in your viewership today, I want you to also bring that divine light through your breast tissue. Bring it through the breast tissue. The breast tissue can get dense. I've had several ladies who have come to our trainings who have had breast issues and cancers or tumors or something, and it goes away by the end of the class. It's really quite remarkable. So use the light, really powerful. Bring that divine light through your breast tissue, washing and cleansing it. And let the divine light pour down through your body. Keep watching that flow or feeling that flow. Keep opening to it. And bring your awareness now to your hands. And put your hands up like I'm doing, about basketball size apart. And I want you to create a ball of light, one hand to the other. Send that light from one palm to the other, back and forth. And build this ball of light back and forth. And let's send this ball of light down your torso, down your torso, down your left leg and thigh and knee and lower leg and calf and foot. When you get to the bottom, just flick your hands like this, let the energy go, come back again and build the ball of light. And then again, bring it down your torso and bring it down your left leg. And invite the light to flow through the skin and bones and muscle. Send it down the foot. And when you get to the bottom, flick your hands again. Let the energy flow out your palms and hands. And now let's do it. Keep your hands up. And we're going to do that to our right leg as well. But pick your left leg up for a second and just feel what that feels like. And pick your right foot up now and feel what that feels like. It should feel a little heavier. That's normally what happens. So now we're going to do the same thing with our right leg. So feel this ball of light, build the ball of light, and let's bring it down our body, down our right leg, down our knee and thigh and calf and foot into the grounding cord, flick it at the bottom. And again, bring your hands up, build your ball of light, make it strong. And now let's send the light again down our legs, down the knee and calf and foot. Flick your hands at the bottom again, bring your hands back, creating that ball of light again. And now what I want you to do with your hands that are all turned on is I want you to give yourself a healing. Send that energy down your arms, both arms, one and another, your face, your hair, your skin. And at the end, I want you to put your hands on your heart, your left hand on your physical heart, your right hand on your heart chakra. Chakras are energy distribution centers, so they're always good to put your hands on a chakra because then it just gets distributed throughout your body. So send that energy into your heart and open, ask your healing channels in your arms and hands to open wider and let that energy pour into your body, flowing through your heart, flowing through your lungs. Very important at this time, especially with heart and lung issues. You've been hearing about them with the virus. Really important to strengthen our heart and lungs. Send the light into your heart and lungs. Open and breathe. Open the healing channels in your arms and hands a little more and let that energy just pour out your hands. Let the light from your hands pour into your chest, lighting up your whole chest. And whether you see the energy or feel the energy or make the intention makes no difference. People perceive energy in different ways. Just make the intention and it flows. Send that energy into your chest area. And before we finish now, I want you to all do something. I want you to all connect to that divine light again above your heads. And now let's bring that divine light over a hospital in your city or a medical center in your city that you know is particularly working very hard dealing with this crisis. So just make a connection first of where you want to bring the light. And just name that medical center in your mind's eye or see that medical center in your mind's eye. And now connect with the divine light above and invite that light down. And let's bring it right over that etheric double of that medical center you see in your mind's eye right in front of you. Bring that divine light down right over that medical center. Let it wash and cleanse and bring a higher vibration and some peace and caring to all those people, some energy and vitality. They probably need that. Bring that divine energetic right over that medical center. And after this, you've learned how to do this now, but after this, when you do it later or tomorrow, try to do it about 15 minutes. See that medical center in your mind's eye. And if you have someone you can do it with, it's much more powerful to do it with another person. I want you both to see the same medical center and do it exactly at the same time and bring that energetic right over that center. And let's bring a blessing right over that medical center. And love and goodwill. And now let's release that energetic, release that medical center back to where it is. What we've done is we've created an etheric double and we're now letting it go. And now I want you to create another cloud above your head. And now I want you to release all the energy that you've released in this practice, because you always release energy when you bring higher energies in. Release all the stuck energy and stress and tension, whatever you release. Breathe and release, send it up to the cloud. Breathe and release, send it up. And now send the cloud out the window up to the sun, let it go. And put your hands back on your thighs and drop down into your heart. And I want you now, say hello to your heart. And I want you now, the final thing is, I want you to ask your heart for a message. What message do you have for me today, O heart of mine? What is one thing that I can do for my higher good and for the highest good of my family and friends in this situation we're in? Give me guidance. What can I do? What is the best thing for me to do? And listen for the answer. You might hear the answer immediately. You might hear it later in the day, but just be open. It will come. It might come in a dream during the night, but just be open. When you connect at this level, this very deep level, and you ask your heart, you're also asking your higher self. You're asking, you will receive. So just be aware and pay attention. And now, before we open our eyes again, I want you to get your ruler out, 1 on the left and 10 on the right, and tune in. How do you feel after this practice? 1 to 10. Remember what you had before we started this work today. 1 to 10. How do you feel now? And don't overthink it. The first number that pops up is the right number. Get your mind out of the way. Just how do you feel right now? And when you're ready, take a breath and open your eyes. So, any words? So Toby, I know you were being the host, but did you do it along with us a little bit?
Right. I'm answering some questions here too from the audience and going through as a moderator to keep track of everything. But intermittently, it was a relaxing phase to go through. Sorry we lost you midway through this, but maybe you channeled into some kind of electric grid. Does that happen periodically when you're meditating? Do you find that there is an electric anomaly that starts to occur?
Well, sometimes that does happen. One of the things that's really interesting is that when these universities all around the world are saying, well, why does energy healing work? What is this? So they've looked at different factors and they've looked at it, does it have a magnetic resonance? And it does. Some people have done studies and they say, does it have a resonance of electricity? And it does. Others have done studies, does it have a photon or a light energetic frequency? And it does. And then Beverly Rubik found besides that, it has many higher frequencies. So when people are working with energy healing, they're working with a lot of frequencies. And the person who is the conductor is the intention and the mind and where you're directing that. So it's really quite interesting. And what we know in One Light Healing Touch is that if anybody wants to be an energy healer, anybody can do it. All you need is to be alive and in a body to direct energy. But it's kind of like chopsticks. You know, anybody can play in 10 minutes, but if you want to play Beethoven, you need practice and you need teaching. So it's that's how we perceive it and talk about it.
How important is it to understand frequency and vibration being integral in becoming one with not only the phenomena and understanding how to heal from things such as a pandemic such as this, but just in general?
Well, the most important thing is to get your mind out of the way. So you're not in your mind state. And when we've really found, and there have been many studies that have been done that have looked at this, when people are really in their mind to try to understand, they can't be in the frequency. When you are sending healing energy, you've got to be a channel. You've got to set your mind apart, just be a channel and open to the light, and then send that energy. And if a part of you is thinking and wondering and, you know, what am I doing after this? Or how am I fixing dinner? Or what frequency this is, then you're taking away from the energy. So you want to be not in your mind.
Right, and that's so difficult when we're constantly distracted, even when you're talking. Unfortunately, I'm a bit distracted here, going back and
Sure.
forth in our conversation.
Yeah.
But this is a natural state that I find myself. I mean, ask my girlfriend. We just had to put my phone outside of the room because we're constantly in a. It's not so much the quality in news; it's the fact that we need to be the first to read it, the first ones to understand it, to take in information that seemingly is vital at this very minute, but yet moments like this are very rare. We just started meditating 5 minutes a day here and
Mhm.
doing things like red light therapy,
Right.
and we're noticing sleeping habits have changed.
Right. And they
Go ahead.
found, the people at Buck Institute in California, at UCLA, when he's been doing a lot of studies on how can he help people who have Alzheimer's heal without, because none of the drugs are really working. How can they help them? And they found, I mean, besides food, and Dr. Bredesen has a book, The End of Alzheimer's, and one of the things is meditating 12 minutes twice a day. But you know that to get 12 good minutes, you might have to sit for 20 minutes, because it's hard to get at that zone when you're just sitting. And that's why, and I really mean this for you too, that's why when we teach in One Light Healing Touch, we teach, don't just go to the place of meditation, do the running energy first.
Mm-hmm.
So you can release the stress or whatever's in your mind, or your agita, or your bad dreams, or your worry. Release that first, and then after you do the running energy, then meditate, and you will get much more out of your meditation. And the more people can learn, more you can learn, the more of your what do we call them, viewers or readers or listeners, the more they can learn to do the running energy. You can do it in like 4 minutes. The way I guided you through today was a little bit longer. We have it on a CD and an MP3, which is like 9 minutes or something. But the more they can just practice it, and you too, the more you can train yourself to just do it. It's cloud, grounding, and bringing in the light. It's 3 steps. And the more you can do it, your body will just get in that flow, and then you just open to it, and your body loves it and responds to it, so that you can then, get in a better state of meditation. What we teach is that we say it's really important. We have a thing called 6 positions, a practice, not a thing. It's a practice called the 6 positions, which is really powerful, very simple, very powerful. And we teach that that's wonderful to do at the beginning of the day, but at the end of the day, do the running energy. And if people are seeing clients, do the running energy between clients, or when you have a stressful day at work, do the running energy throughout the day, because you will see that when you do that, then the next meeting you have, you will be more present and be more grounded. You won't be holding that chaotic energy or whatever happened, or if someone had a kind of big blowout, you're not going to be carrying it with you. You'll be able to be much more present for that next meeting. So it's really powerful. One of our students is a social worker, and she began during the running energy, and she said in a couple of weeks, all of the people in her office came around her cubicle and said, "Joan, what are you doing?" Because her plants were thriving, and there was no additional light that she had, but everything felt better in that space. And all she was doing was several times a day doing the running energy. So it's a wonderful thing for you. I mean, I was in Good Morning America. I helped launch it. And when you're really an intense, my telephone never stopped all day long. I was one of the talent coordinators, and people are constantly pitching and working. And at the end of the day, you're going to carry that home with you, right? You're going to carry that home with you. So how can you be with your family or your children in a way that's present for them when you're carrying all that stuff from the office? So just sit in your car before you get out of the car, sit in the car for 5 minutes and do the running energy. So when you walk into the door, you can be with your family. It's powerful.
I would say Joan London has good energy. So you did a good job.
Yeah.
Regarding go ahead, Michelle.
Well, no, I was going to ask a question. Were you
Okay.
going to keep going?
You go ahead.
Okay. So many people are finding themselves in a situation that everything in their lives have to change, like losing their jobs, their homes, their money, etc. What would you say to those people who need to make these big changes and unexpected, that can feel devastating in their lives? I mean, it's something that they can't, just like be in the car, it follows them wherever they go. So how can they, I guess, I guess, what would you say to that, or what would you advise?
Well, what I would say is that this is a huge trauma that they're experiencing, and this is a trauma that millions around the world are feeling this. And to know that they're not alone, to know that to not feel that they're at the effect of it, because it's something much bigger than them, and it's millions of people, whether it's governments or countries. We're going through this together. And what I would suggest to them is just, all you can do is what you can do. All you can do is you can do your best for yourself and your family. And things will change, and things will move forward. And until then, all you can do is you can do your best and not get overwhelmed by the situation. And the way to not get overwhelmed, and I know I just said this before, but the way to not get overwhelmed, because we all get overwhelmed. I mean, huge things happen in traumas. We lose our jobs, we lose our loved ones, we lose health. We all have traumas in our life. And this is something that is part of the human condition. So the way to not to get overwhelmed is feel, accept, and release. And you say to yourself, I feel my sadness, or I feel my terror, or I feel my fear about whatever. To feel it, because if you push it away and say, I don't feel it, I'm going to be strong, that doesn't do any good, because the moment you push something away, it just stays there. So the important thing is feel it. Be honest with yourself how you feel. I feel whatever that is. I accept it, because you have to accept it, because it's what you're going through. You must accept it, because if you deny it, it just stays there. The more we deny, things just stay there. And then release it. Get that cloud out. Absolutely get that cloud out, and breathe and release, and send that fear and worry and trauma and all of that into the cloud. And you're going to have to do that cloud and feel, accept, and release 20 times a day. And what it will allow you to do is not change the circumstance per se, but it'll change how you react to it, and it'll change how you interact with your family, so that you can be more present and more caring in your family, so that you're not at wit's end, so you can be more capable to care for yourself and your family, because there's no way about it. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This is hard for millions of people, and don't feel alone. Absolutely don't feel alone. Whatever support systems people have where they live, and there's all kinds of free phone state agencies are opening their phone banks up for counseling. I live in New York, and they have a wonderful system where they're helping people. It's all free, and they're giving counseling. It's really important for people not to feel alone, and to do their best, feel, accept, and release. Go about your day and do the best that you can, and know that God knows we don't know what's going to be like, but there will be the other side of this. And what you can be on the other side of this is bringing me back to what I started talking about in the beginning, is when we're on the other side of this, we want to be able to be different. We want to be more present, and we want to be more aware. We want to be healthier. So exercise now. Try to get better sleep. Try to get better food. Learn how to meditate. There's so many online courses. I'm going to be at the workshop that I mentioned at the end of May, the Day of Healing. I'm going to be teaching meditation, but join some meditation class somewhere, or join me when, the end of May. But learn all those tools. Those tools are powerful. They've been around for thousands of years because they work. So use those tools to empower yourself, and know that we are strong. We will get through this.
I mean, I have 3 kids that are completely freaking out. They think the world is ending. This is it. This is the end of the world, which is a pretty much millennial thought. Their whole, they just don't understand how, I guess a lot of it, we're not old enough to have gone through a lot of things, but we've gone through quite a few things where we know that we could rebound, but they haven't gone through anything yet, and they don't see that we can rebound. And it's really, I tell my kids all the time, you know, you can't think of the future, don't think of the past. We just have to kind of stay in the now, and just like even in baby steps, you know, think, well, today we have a roof over our head, we have food in the fridge, you know, things like that, but it doesn't sustain. You know, it's like for the minute when you're talking about it, you can feel calm, you feel okay, but then it just won't stick, you know, because then you take, you know, the next minute goes by, and then that leaves, and then the panic and you know, all the fear comes in.
Right. Well, two things about that, Michelle, and that is that they say that Americans, especially, we don't know history. You know, it's instant gratification for everything. We don't know history. And one of the things that's really important for us all to share with our families is, look what we've been through. We're not in a world war. You know, we're not in the Depression with Hoover towns all over. You know, things will be fixed before we get to that. We're not in a world war. We're not in the bubonic plague that affected, you know, Europe in the 16th century. We have survived. We have lived through worse things. We're not in Hitler. We're not being bombed. So if they have some sense of history and know that what this is, you know, we're in our homes, you know, we have electricity, we have lights. So do something good for themselves, exercise, eat right, get out a book off the shelf that you haven't read in a while and read something that makes you feel good, rather than sticking in the place of saying, oh, woe is me, because that doesn't get us anywhere, right? It gets us absolutely nowhere. And all it does is it makes that energetic of that negative energy just layer upon itself. So you have to be aware when you're feeling that way. Oh, I'm feeling really down right now. So again, feel, accept, and release. Know that's what you're feeling. Feel it, accept that I'm feeling really scared right now or really down. Let me get the cloud out and release it. And now let me do something good for myself. You know, maybe it's time to forgive yourself for something. Maybe it's time to feel grateful for something. You know, there's a wonderful person who teaches meditation. He said, just learn to do one thing each day that gives you joy, whatever that is. It can be a walk, it can be picking a flower, it can be reading something or talking to your child or reading a story, but do one thing that gives you joy. You have to change the energetic. And what's important too is that when we, and maybe you know this or not, but this is fantastic research. In the book, Dr. Candace Pert talks about, there's this field called psychoneuroimmunology. And what she found is the moment we think a thought or have a feeling, and that a nanosecond later, there's this molecule that gets created, like when we were in grammar school and we did those trees with sentences. Okay, so there's this molecule that gets created, and she found about 180 of them that were the most common. And the moment we think a thought or have a feeling is not just in our brain, but a nanosecond later, it floods the body. So our whole body is feeling that sadness or that trauma or that anger or that angst. It's our whole body. So it's really important to start taking responsibility for, okay, what am I doing to my body right now? Look at this body that I'm creating, and I'm constantly, every single second, I'm sending this traumatic energy every single minute to my body. So we have to learn to take more responsibility for what we're doing to ourselves. So it's like, you know, Deepak Chopra and other people say, you know, we make your body every 7 years, because you are creating these molecules in your brain that's flooding your body. So again, not to judge anybody or not to beat anybody up, but just to know that this is real. Let me know what I'm thinking and feeling. Let me release it into the cloud. Let me bring in the light. And now let me tune into my heart and feel joy about something, or feel grateful about something, or forgive myself or forgive other people. These are all good things that we can do, because we want to come out on the other side of this, Michelle and Toby. We want to come out different. We want to come out to be more present and more aware. more aware of how we're feeling and how we're affecting other people with our energy. As we're feeling good, we're sending that energy out into the world. As we're feeling angry and stuck, we're sending that energy out into the world. This is a time for people to heal and to wake up, because there's only so much we can control now, and there's most of it that we can't control, right? We can go to the supermarket with our gloves and our masks, but there's so much that we can't control now. So we might as well use the time for healing and being aware and be present. And so release these lower energies, release these stuck energies, forgive ourselves, let that energy go. If you need to write letters to, if you've really been wronged or somebody has really wronged you, write those letters. If they've died, burn the letters and let them go. You've got to take care of the old energy as well as this energetic that's going on right now with people.
Fantastic. Hey, I was going to ask too, Penny, regarding your chant that you did earlier, Nam and Ram, vibrationally, what's happening when you say those words? Are you choosing to use those mantras to elicit some response vibrationally?
Yes, Ron Lavin, my husband, who is, I mentioned, he's the founder of One Light Healing Touch. He channeled he was given that chant by spirit. And Nam resonates the creative forces of nature. Ram resonates the physical body. La is the emotional body, and Sa is the mental body. So when you chant those 4 words, you help resonate your whole body, and that's why it brings you into balance. And I tell you, chanting is one of the best things in the world to do in the car. I chant constantly, because if you're feeling whatever you're feeling and you have a meeting, you have something, and 20 minutes later you've been chanting and you feel fine. It really, really, really works. So that's why people have those chanting groups, and I mean, they're a wonderful energetic to do for the body.
Do you ever just lose it, Penny? I mean, you seem like a gal that's under control, and I appreciate everything that you've spoken about, but seeing where we're at, have you just lost it the last couple of months?
No, I haven't lost it. I've gotten sad. You know, when you hear the stories and when you see the death and you see what people are going through, I've gotten sad for people around the world, and I've gotten sad for what's going on in Washington, for people not really taking care of our country, you know, the way that, you know, we would like our leaders to be taking care of our country. You know, we pay a lot of taxes, and here we are, we're not being taken care of by leaders. And, you know, you're looking at other countries and how they're handling it and how we're not handling it very well. And that makes me upset that we're not handling it better when we have so many resources. But, you know, I can only do what I can do. You can only do what you can do. We can only do what we can do. And if you give yourself a whole mountain on top of you, you get really depressed, because you can only do what you can do. And if you can do what you can do and release that anger and sadness and whatever, and be and bring in the light and open your heart and be present with your work or your family, that's something that you can do. So I want people to know what they can do. You know, we're all part of this. It's not for someone else to do. You know, it's not for government or other people to do. It's every single person in this country can do something good, and they can learn how to shift that energetic and be, you know, so many people talk about that after this, people are going to be much more environmentally conscious. I absolutely agree with that. That's going to be one of the shifts. The other thing is that people are going to feel I do believe this, a greater sense of connection with other people, because here's something that we're all in this together. So we're feeling this connection with other people. You know, what's happening in Italy and what's happening in Spain and England, and we're feeling this connection to the world that many people didn't feel before. So I think that when we get out of this, you mean what I said at the top of at the start when I started was, I would like people just to be aware of, to be more present and to be more aware. And if we can come out of this on the other side with that, then that is huge, because most of us are not present. You know, we're not present in our lives. We're, you know, when we look energetically at people, when we see someone, you know, they've got all their issues and they've got all their traumas and their fears, and we look at them energetically, because we see energy, and we teach our students how to see energy. they're not in their body. They're in their past. Their consciousness will actually see it on the right side of them generally, whether in the past with lots of regrets, or their consciousness is in the future and they're making plans. And the moment their consciousness comes into their body, we see this. The moment their consciousness comes in the body, it goes, oh my God, it's really uncomfortable in here. And they leave their body again. And most people's consciousness is not in their body. And that's why they get into drugs, or, you know, shopaholic and workaholic and doaholic and overachieveraholic, as opposed to being present. Most people are not able to be present because the moment they come into their body, it's too uncomfortable. And that's what we teach. We teach. There's nothing bad about this. It's just what human beings do. We all do this. So acknowledge it and learn how to release whatever is going on and open to the higher energies and come into a state of balance. Because if all we have, Toby, is we have our time and our energy, right? We have our time and our energy, and there's not a lot of it. So if we spend our time and our energy in anxiety, or in a job that we hate, or whatever, we've lost 5 years, we've lost 3, we've done those things, and that's not really where our heart is. It's really, really important to say, okay, what really brings me joy and happiness, to spend more time with my family, to engage with them more and enjoy them more, and take more walks in the woods with my family, or paint, or whatever it is. It's really important to hear that inner guidance and follow that, because we only have our time and our energy, and it's really important to use that wisely.
Penny, I'd like to talk about the part when you say release. I think myself, and I'm sure a lot of people, we get stuck at the release. Like, what does that look like to release?
So,
like,
yeah, no, that's really good. It's really important to use breath, really important to use breath. So when I said, see that cloud, you know, that white puffy cumulus cloud, which we know what a cumulus cloud looks like. It's one of those pretty clouds. See that cumulus cloud and breathe and release. Feel the stress, feel the pain, feel the whatever's going on. Every day, things are going on inside of us. Feel the feeling, accept it, and then use your breath and blow it into the cloud. Really, literally use your breath and let it go. And practice it. You know, it's like, you know, how long, you know, it took us a little while to learn how to ride a bike, right? So learn how to use the breath and learn how to release it. And you get better at it as time goes on. It's just something is learning. It's a muscle, you know, it's a muscle. And when people have post-traumatic stress disorder, and I think probably this whole situation is giving a lot of people post-traumatic stress disorder, and maybe you know about this, but what happens with post-traumatic stress disorder is that part of it's evolutionary. It's like, you know, centuries and centuries and centuries ago, when we were, you know, we went out to the field to pick some flowers or go to the stream, and then suddenly we look up and there's a herd of animals running towards us. And immediately when that happens, all kinds of chemistry changes in our body, and we go back to our community. And what happens is we will never, ever, ever forget that around 4 o'clock, those animals come over that hill to go to that little pond. We will never, ever forget it. So part of the post-traumatic stress disorder is a memory reflex to help us survive, right? To don't go down that dark street, to don't engage with those people that seem a little shifty, to help protect us. So what's happening now is we have this huge thing that's happening on all of us that is causing an imprint. And just to know that it's real, and the best thing that we can do is acknowledge it. Don't fight it, just acknowledge it. It is real. We're all in this together, and feel into that pain or sadness or fear or trauma, or if you feel suppressed or you feel like, you know, you just can't get up because you're so depressed, feel it, accept it. It's your feeling. You've got to accept it. It's yours. And then get that cloud out and breathe and release, and then send it up to the cloud. And then let the cloud go up to the sun, let it be destroyed and recycled, And then the last part of it is just open to the light, see that divine light above your head, open your crown chakra and bring that divine light in, let it wash through you, let it wash over you, and just sit in that divine light for a few minutes. And that will shift. That will absolutely always shift. And I tell you, it always works. And as I said, sometimes it works in a huge way. I mean, we've had people who have severe post-traumatic stress disorder go through healings, and they've come out on the other side. But they need a lot of healings because you have to go through that process many times. So for all of your listeners today, just know that be patient with yourself. Do it a number of times. Begin to do the process that I just described, and do it again and again and again. Do it several times a day. Do it morning, noon, and night. You know, in my book and in the documentary, I mentioned Dr. Jerry Epstein, who is one of the most famous experts in the world for mental imagery. And mental imagery is ancient. I mean, it was practiced in Egypt, you know, thousands of years ago. And we do mental imagery also, One Light Healing Touch. But the brilliant thing with mental imagery is it teaches to do it 3 times a day. Do it first thing when you get up in the morning. Give yourself a positive image about something that you want to create that day or something that you want to let go of. And then do it again at dusk. And then do it right before you go to bed. Sit up, feel that energetic that you want to change, and feel that, and use your breath, and do it for 21 days, and then take a break for a week, and then do it again for another 21 days. So it's described in the book. If people want more information on it, it's called Mental Imagery. It's very, very powerful, very simple, but really, really powerful.
Perfect. Again, Penny Price Lavin. The website again is onelighthealingtouch.com, and also Penny Price Media. Are you still in television, Penny? Are you taking a step back from that world?
Yeah, no, I'm not in television anymore. The documentary that I did a couple of years ago, The Healing Field, I did that a couple of years ago, and I haven't done anything since. I'm really devoted now to One Light Healing Touch. And I'm also a practitioner instructor with the school. So the school is really cool. The school is, we're doing it this year on Zoom, obviously, because we can't be near our students. And my next school starts in June, and I'm going to be teaching it via Zoom, and I'm going to be teaching like 33 different healing techniques and 50 self-healing practices, and people go through immense changes. One lady came one year, and she had lymphedema. Her arms were very swollen from cancer treatments, and the doctor said you can do nothing about it, and that went away by the 3rd class. Another lady had fibromyalgia and asthma. Again, it went away completely, and she had done for a dozen years, she had done all the normal kinds of therapies and drugs and so forth. So what I want you to know, and I want your listeners to know, is that do all the other positive good things, and eating and exercise, absolutely, but also add the energy component because it's powerful. So when you add the energy component to those things, things really, really shift in deep ways. So I love the school. I love teaching. We have schools in this country, in the US. We have schools in Germany. And the school is called One Light Healing Touch.
One of the comments that came in here from Lisa Fay was, her comment was she feels as though there's something reminiscent of evil versus good afoot. What do you think of that?
Well, there's darkness and there's light, right? You know, some people are really dark, and they're really bullies, and some people are really filled with light, and we meet them and we know them and we feel them. And it's true. It's absolutely, absolutely true. And we all hold dark and light in us. And some people have a lot of darkness, and some people really are blazing with light, and it's part of the human condition. So I totally agree with her. I would reframe it. It's I don't think it's something from outside of us. I think human beings were capable of the greatest things and the worst things. You know, we've seen human beings do incredible things, and we've seen human beings do horrible things to one another. So it's really important for each person, again, to be present and aware, and to take responsibility, not for what they do out there of being evil and dark, but how do I live my life with goodness and light? That day, every day, how can I live today with goodness and light and being present? What can I do today? And keep your life in your present tense and not way off in the future or not way off in the past with regrets, because that does nothing to you. We need to teach people to be present. It's really, really important to be present and to be grounded, because if you're not grounded, you're not present. And if you can't be present, you really can't make the best decisions for your job. You can't really make the best decisions for your family. It's only when you're present that you can do that. So, a couple of years ago, a lot of people we know were reading this book, Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now. I mean, everybody was reading it. So we read it, and our students said, what do you think of it? And we said, oh, he's definitely an enlightened being. Absolutely. Eckhart Tolle is enlightened. But he's missing something really important. And that is that the power of being present, the power of now, is something that spiritual teachers have talked about for centuries. I mean, Buddha talked about the power of being in the now and being present. But if I gave you $1 million, Toby, or if I gave somebody $1 million and I said, here, you can have this if you're present, there's no way that they could be present with all this stuff going on. You cannot be present with this stuff going on, with this pain and agita and regrets and the core issues of perhaps you weren't treated in the way that you would have loved that your parents would have treated you. And you're holding on all that stuff. It's like Hyla Cass, the psychiatrist, who's also in my documentary and book. And she said the most important thing that she finds for people's well-being is clearing up the old stuff. That old stuff that you carry from decade to decade to decade. So you can't be present if all that stuff is inside of you. And the wonderful thing that I love with One Light Healing Touch is we have all of these very simple ways and powerful ways for people to shift it in ways that are, they're fun. So people, I see changes in people all the time. So I love the work.
Penny Price Lavin, thank you for being with us. Again, the website is onelighthealingtouch.com. Get in touch with Penny. I encourage you to do that.
And the book is
The Healing Field.
The Healing Field. There you go. On Amazon.
Order it now. Thank you again. Michelle, any last words?
No, but thank you so much, Penny, for being here, and just positive outlook. Hopefully a lot of people will be inspired by these techniques and outlook, I guess, when everything seems doom and gloom, but there can be a light. Mm-hmm. And I think that is very helpful and uplifting. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And it does us no good to go down the drain, right? I mean, look what humanity has gone through for millions and thousands of years. And we have to go forward, and we have to be positive. There's no other way. There's no other way. So let's just know that, and we'll find a way through this. But be present and be aware. That they're my words for your listeners.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Penny.
Oh, thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you. Okay, Michelle. Well, we're going to take a 15-minute commercial break here for Michelle Freed and myself, Tobe Johnson, and talk a little bit about what we're doing. Coming up next, please don't go anywhere. We have the Patient Whispers coming in here at 1:15, but meanwhile, we'll talk a little bit about ourselves. It goes a long way, I guess, in the next 15 minutes to do so, and so I previously mentioned that I run a podcast. It comes out once a week, usually every Monday. Because of the coronavirus, I've been doing more episodes, but what started off as a conversation about the paranormal world, in particular the world of Sasquatch, which seems miles away from where we may be talking. Although there are some interesting anecdotes with COVID-19 and the world of Sasquatch. So if you listen to some of the episodes, including some of the field research I've done, you'll find out what I'm alluding to. However, there's a book out that was just released yesterday. It's called The Owl Moon Lab, a Shared Paranormal Experiment. And you can go check that out at strangebrowradio.com. I encourage you to do that. There you'll find out the previous quarantine webinars that we've done, including we did one with retired Colonel Army Colonel John B. Alexander, author Tom Powell. We've also done a seminar with Ron Moorhead and Scott Nelson regarding language of Sasquatch. So, of course, once in a while I have to go back to the world of a cryptid now and again. But this book chronicles a farm out of Cottage Grove, a place called the Owl Moon Lab, which is a mysterious name for a reason. And it goes over basically the 2-year journey at this actual ranch house. But it also gets into the 15 years or the 12 years previous to actually going to the ranch house and investigating it. So you can take a look at that at strangebrowradio.com. It's $3 to download the book. If you do so, then you'll have about a month of Patreon membership, and you can go back into all the archives, check out the previous podcasts and videos that I put out there. And it's about a 4.5-hour long book, so you may need all 30 days in order to listen to it. It's not just an audio book with me just rattling on about the story. It's an immersive conversation with full audio from this ranch. There was a lot of things going on, including physical evidence and over 1,200 hours worth of audio. And there's some very impressive sounds, not just out of the world of the paranormal and supernatural regarding Sasquatch. A lot of other things going on there too. Very crystal clear EVPs and a lot of people involved with this case. Also, you can go on to Amazon and download the documentary about bits and pieces of this book. It's called The Bigfoot Alien Connection Revealed, and I think it's $4.99. You can watch this whole hour-and-a-half documentary with Rosemary Ellen Guiley, Nick Redfern, Stanton Freeman, myself, Ron Moorhead, Kerry Campbell, Aaron Jackson, Tom Powell. There's a lot of people in this documentary, and I think we take up about the last 15 minutes of it telling our story. So again, that's the Bigfoot Alien Connection Revealed. The audiobook is called The Owl Moon Lab. You can download it now at strangebrowradio.com. One last thing is that we need to increase our YouTube subscribers. And the reason we need to do that is because it gives me more flexibility to do this full time. So the more subscribers I have there, the more content you can get. Now, you have a lot of choices, really good choices. So why listen to Strange Brow Radio? Well, we try to do something unique and different with this show. And one of the things we thought we would do is get you involved. You're in quarantine already, so why not help choose an adventure for me to go on? You remember those books back in the 80s? Maybe you picked one up when middle school like I did or grammar school, and they were the choose your own adventure novelettes. Well, that's what you can do with me. You can choose your Tobe adventure and send me packing. So given the locations that I have right now, which are 2 locations, you can send me. If you go to strangebrowradio.com, you'll find something called Strange Strolls, and it'll tell you more about how you can vote. Just like you're going to choose your own adventure in a book, you can vote on where to send me, which are 2 locations. One is called the Sorceress Hollow, and the other one is called the Hidden Hill Cemetery. And if you take your camera phone and you scan the QR code, it will take you to a poll. And in that area, you can vote on things like what I can bring with me, certain tech equipment that I can bring along with me. I think you can choose up to 2 items, and then you can choose what I will do when I get there. So I tried to bring back the old school feel and insert it here. I'll be filming everything. This will be at least a 30-minute challenge around 3 in the morning, where I will go to this darkened part of wherever you send me, be it the forest or the cemetery, and then for at least 30 minutes, I'll roll high-def footage. We got a good camera now, a really good camera, and then it will go up as a YouTube video for you at least once a month. Alex Whitcomb, who if you've been here since 10 in the morning, Alex is also a co-host. Once a month, we do a show called Ales and Tales. Alex will be soon doing this as well up in Canada, so you'll be able to choose his Canadian adventure. Alex, thanks for offering to do that. And you got to see the artwork that Alex did. It will remind you totally of those books that we all loved back in the 80s. So check that out at strangebrowradio.com. All right, Michelle, I'm done promoted
I
myself.
was just thinking it would be so awesome. We should remote view your trip before you go, and then when you're there, you can give us feedback
Okay.
for our sessions. That would be a lot of fun, and we can teach everybody to kind of remote view, like a quick and dirty kind of technique, and just have them submit the papers and then see if if these things happen, or you can find these things, or even
Okay.
point you in some
Yeah,
direction.
maybe
That
we
would
could
be a lot
add
of
that
fun.
into one of the options in the polling here. I'll get the first one out of the way and in the can, and then I have a feeling if this catches on, we'll be able to make it more immersive as we go along. And
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
great ideas.
Yeah, I think, that's the thing. I'm obsessed, obviously, with remote viewing. And because I believe that it can help every part of our lives. And I'll give you an example. My best friend sent me a target number. And usually when you remote view, you do not know the secret question. So and I trust my friend. So I knew that I wasn't remote viewing naked people or anything. But he sent me a target, and I did a session. I sent it back to him, and his secret question was he wants to get a new car, and he wanted me to help him figure out. I guess the question was, which is the best car, for my highest good, or I don't remember exact wording, but it was something to that effect. And I did this session. I picked B, and so he will end up with the B car. So you can use remote viewing at every single part of your life, and you could do it about foods, like for yourself. You could ask about food. What food should I stay away from? And then you can also, what I do, I work with detectives and I help find missing people. I have worked on some secret, uh, things that I can't really talk about. And a lot of the 3, or should I say 4-letter organizations have actually hired my team to do some things like climate control, or climate change, whatever you want to call. We've been asked to look at the Olympics. We've been asked to do lots of things like that. So it's just a great, uh, I would say, a great skill to have throughout your life. And I happen to teach it. So I have a 6-week course, which Toby took and Alex took, and it's a lot of fun too. So it's a lot of practice, but it's a lot of fun. And I really, if I was a millionaire, I wouldn't charge people. But unfortunately, what I do is charge as little money as possible to go through the training. So it's on my website. If you want more information, you can email me at mich721@gmail, or just go to my website, butterflyeffectcenter.com. Butterflyeffectcenter.com, and you can see there for remote viewing. And I can help you too. If you have a question and you want to hire me to look at something, help you find your missing keys or your ring that you lost, or something like that, then we can get a team together and help you out with things like that. Let's see, what else? I don't know what else. I'm also a producer, so I should promote our new show. So I used to be producer for Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert, and now we started, I would say, kind of like a spin-off show. Midnight in the Desert is going in a different direction, and we decided to kind of stick with old school Art Bell stuff, and we started a show called Midnight Society, and we have amazing guests. Like one amazing guest we had last night. Who is that? It was you.
Uh,
Toad Johnson was our guest last night. So we have top-notch people on the show talking about top-notch things. So that's midnight.fm. And just it's you can listen live for free, and then if you really love it and you can't listen to it and you want to download them, then we have an archive, and you can get all the details from the website midnight.fm.
all right, perfect, Michelle. Well, I don't want to keep the hypnotist on hold. Let me unmute them here, make sure that we're good on our end here. Let me hit this over here. All right. Mark Sacco and Roger Wood of the Patient Whisperers. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Oh, we're glad to be here. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you good. Now, you guys
Good,
are on the East Coast doing the Lord's work, not only working as hypnotists, but burning the midnight oil, facing head-on COVID-19. So it's a reality on the East Coast. I know it is. We talked a little bit about it briefly. This is a real disease striking fear in the hearts of men and women, but you're here to retrain people's brains. And brain hacking is, I guess, the theme of today. So rather than me try to explain what you guys do, tell us how you got the name Patient Whisperers and introduce people to you.
That's a great story. But first, the COVID has hit us personally. We have friends that we actually got a call today. They needed somebody to go to work because somebody got isolated today. So that's how close it is to us. We deal with it every day we go to work. We have a COVID wing. You have to zip up the barriers and go through and zip them down. And it's very much a part of what we do. But let's get back into what we are, because it's not what we do, it's what we are. And we are the Patient Whisperers. And the way we got that name was we were working in a busy trauma center down in Connecticut at the time. And for some reason, it didn't matter who this person was or what they were doing. We had this ability to just talk to them and get them to calm down and do what we needed. We had no idea why that worked until Roger, who really wanted to get hypnosis training, convinced our hospital to send us down to New York City and get trained. And as soon as we walked in the door and he started talking to us and telling us about how the brain is controlling the body, we realized that's what it is. We're natural hypnotists, and we are using that hypnotic trance, those words, to help people in the emergency department. So we took it and ran with it. We got the training. We started bringing that stuff into the emergency room, just the two of us. We didn't have any support, really. We just started doing it, playing with it. And we saw fantastic results. And we build on that. And over 5 years, we did about 30,000 patients using a little bit of hypnosis or a lot, just depending on what they were. And we came up with these techniques. And we actually made them more efficient, because if you think about it, we don't have time in the emergency department to turn the music on and turn the lights down low and start giving a nice long progressive relaxation and all this nice fancy stuff. We don't have time. We got to get this done. How do we do it? How do we get them into a trance as quickly as possible and get work done? And we proved it day in and day out. So we had distilled this down into the core essence, and we call it verbal medicine, the language of healing. And we just kept using it, and we kept teaching other nurses, and doctors would see us help their patients. And it got to the point where we had trained multiple nurses in the emergency department, as well as had doctors actually seek us out for their patients. And I remember at one point we were getting overhead pages to come to different rooms to do our voodoo that they do. And it was easy, and we loved it. And we just kept growing from there.
Yeah, and it's more than that. It's not only just the patients that we actually help other healthcare workers. You know, they see the way that we interact, how we can change someone's perception of what they're going through. You know, that trauma that Penny was talking about, we're all going through trauma, but we don't use that word. We want to change that word, because that trauma, it makes you feel like a victim. So we use it as an opportunity, a way in which you can experience something, but change the way you experience it. And you use your skills, your successes in previous encounters, and you can bring that with you to help you start to recover, start to heal right there. We're using specific words that help instead of hindering. And we go through this in our book, that nurses, even though they want to do good, nurses and doctors and all healthcare workers, there are certain words that we use that hinder that care. And as we go on through this little conversation that we're having, we're going to show you a couple of those examples. But it's not just for the patients, it's for us. We found a lot of healing by doing the work. We're doing the work on ourselves. In fact, that's what we're all doing, right? As we do this work, we heal from within. Mm-hmm. And also for patients' families, you know, they come in also, and they're experiencing something. So why can't we change the way they experience it? One of the things that I say when I walk into a room, if there's a patient's family member there, there's me and the patient, I say, all the right people are here right now, right? Everybody that you need are in this room. There's you, the patient. There's the family member that's going to be giving you all of that care when you leave here, and they're returning the care that you gave them. And so everybody has a vested interest to heal. Would you agree?
Yeah, and Roger hit on a very important part. We learned this for our patients. We didn't realize how much we get back out of it until we started really doing it. And as nurses, you give, and you see this. You've seen pictures on commercials and on the news for the last 2 months with these people who are just absolutely drained, and they've got the mask marks, and you can see it. You can see their soul has just been drained out of their body. What we learned is we're getting back as much as we're giving in this verbal medicine. So we're at our point where when we were learning this, we're kind of burnt out. We're ready to maybe move into a different field, that kind of thing. And as soon as we started doing this, we were energized and we were running around doing it, and we got so much more. We loved our jobs after that. We absolutely love being in the emergency department. And
because it changed from going to work to going to a playground. Yeah. And the more that you use and you see results, the more joy. And Penny was talking about joy. What's the joy? And by healing healthcare workers, we get joy from that. And just by saying that word joy puts a smile on your face. Yeah. And so we tell people, you know, say the word joy a couple of times. It'll put a smile on your face. And it may just change you just a little, but that's all we're looking for, a little change, because a little change daily is a little bit more weekly. And then within a year, you know, there's a tremendous change.
Roger and Mark, as someone who worked in the healthcare industry for about 10 years, one of the hardest things was the system. It wasn't the patient, it was the system. And so how do you navigate what you do now as verbal medicine and bifurcate the system?
So we actually met up with a huge resistance in the hospital that we had worked at down in Connecticut. And that came from a manager. And she just did not believe it. She did not want us to pursue it. It didn't have anything to do with it. But we had a chairman of the department, and he backed us. So he gave us the money. He sent us down. We learned it. And what we found is it became an integral part of our nursing process. So you couldn't pull it out. And we never go into a room and say, hi, I'm a hypnotist. We're going to hypnotize you today, because that throws up a wall, and it's not what we want. But when we walk into a room and say, hey, you look like you could relax. Would you like to learn a little something that would help you relax today? Every one of them says yes. So we do the breathing. And we do, the basis of all of our verbal medicine is 3 healing breaths. And that just automatically brings people into a nice, relaxed state. And you have to remember, anybody who goes into the hospital or a medical office or a dental office, any of these focused areas, they're already in a light trance. We're just enhancing it. So when they start to breathe, they go right down. And it's that belly breath that brings your diaphragm down, brings a lot of oxygen into the lower parts of your lungs. It stimulates the vagus nerve, which releases those endorphins and gets you to relax. So as soon as we walk in, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's part of our nursing process. You can't pull it away from what we do now, because we don't just walk in and stop being a nurse and start being a hypnotist.
So all of the schools teach that mind-body connection, but they state it, but they don't teach it. They don't show that connection. And so what we do is we connect that mind-body process by having them take that breath, by having them, visualize a nice calm place where they would like to be, and let them go there. And it takes no more time, and the effect and the value from it is priceless. Would you agree?
So yeah, we say, we have this one mantra, it's in our book, and we say this to everybody that we go to do this with. And everybody out there who's listening, answer this to yourself. Wouldn't you agree that your brain controls every cell in your body right down to the chemical releases? Of course, everybody says yes. And as soon as you say yes, you allow your brain to help control your body, because now you can make change. And they've shown it. Neuroplasticity shows you can change the patterns, the pathways. We'll talk about placebos. Placebo trials absolutely prove the mind-body connection, because it's going against something that doesn't exist and comparing it to a medicine. And almost every single one of them shows an actual value to the placebo. And then all that medicine has to do is make a little bit better. And we use, there's a medicine you use for headaches that women you also use for their face. I won't mention the name, but it only gives you 2 more days per month of migraine relief than the placebo, which is just your mind. And that just blows me away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that medication rhymes with Red Sox, right?
Yes.
Okay,
But
so
yeah,
let's
it's
say
remarkable.
I've just walked into the clinic. I have COVID-19, upper respiratory pain, failure perhaps. Give me an example of what's going to happen as far as you triaging me from your point of view with verbal medicine.
Okay, so you walked in. You got a temperature. Okay, that's good. It's good to have a temperature, don't you think? It's good because the body is starting to build up the defense against this infector that's in your body. So let's go in, let's sit down. And it's a respiratory illness, isn't it? I wonder if I had something that I could use on my person to help you relax right there and then. I wonder if there was something available. And this isn't planned, but I have a tool right here. This tool here is going to help me relax you, right? How?
It's a stethoscope.
We all know what to do when somebody puts a stethoscope on the back. What's the procedure that you do? You take a nice breath in. And so we're going to use that breath. We're going to use that breath to relax you. Now, this isn't taking any time out of my day, any time out of what I need to do. I am going to listen to the lungs, but I'm also going to use that opportunity to relax you. And do you see how my voice has just started to slow down? All right. Anybody who's anxious doesn't need a fast moving voice. They need a nice, slow, calming voice. And they will follow. As Mark said, the patients that we come in contact with are in a light trance. So we're going to use that trance. Trance means focus. And they're going to focus on what we tell them, not what they want to focus on. We need to change them. We want to drive the car, not have them drive the car. Because if they drive the car, they're going to drive us over a cliff. They don't know where they're going. We know exactly where we're going. Right, Mark? And I will purposely just put the stethoscope on just around my neck like that. And I will tell them, lean forward. And I will start to listen and take a nice big breath in. In fact, just close your eyes and take that breath in so I can hear it. Now they're beginning to take those nice breaths. And as you take that breath, take it. That's right. And hold it just a little bit longer now. That's right. And as I move down, let's do it one more time. Nice big deep breath in. Hold it longer. And let it out nice and slowly. And in the meantime, I'm doing something else also. See my hand? I've got that on, and I'm starting to pace. and I'm slowing down that pace. So now they've got a tactile, my hand. They've got a vision in their mind with their eyes closed. Take that nice big deep breath there. They've got the voice, they've got the cadence, and they've got that relaxation. So if I give them probably maybe 5 or 6 or 7 breaths, I've put them in a relaxed state, a state in which they're more receptive to more suggestions. And that's what we do as nurses. We give suggestions each and every time. Here, put this gown on. Hey, sit down over here. And people will comply. Hey, listen, I'm going to do a blood pressure. The minute you say, I'm going to do a blood pressure, what's going to happen? But the arm goes up automatically. All right? And so that for us in the hypnotic world is compliance. We're constantly looking for compliance, and you build on compliance. So these little things lead to big things. So if I'm going to, at the end of the day, ask you to follow up with care, they're going to follow up with care because we've built up that relationship, that rapport. And rapport is something that all nursing schools need to teach, how to build up rapport, that conversation between two people, because we can use words that heal or hinder. And as I said, we'll go into a couple of the words that they're called nocebos. It's an unintentional harm. And we do it all the time, all the time. And we've had many examples, which we write in our book, Verbal Medicine. And this is constantly going on. It's such a joy, here we go with that word again, to go to work every single day, because each patient is giving us the opportunity to take them from one state to another, a state of being a victim to a state of being a victor.
And we get, there's a thing called Press Ganey, which is the way hospitals get either compliments or complaints, and they get their reimbursement. And constantly, Roger was getting named by his name and all these compliments, because he was doing this and people felt that he was listening to them. And we heard that comment a lot. You're the first person who actually hears me and you're listening to me. When everybody else was doing the same thing, they just didn't do it the way we do it. And we may not even really actually have been wanting to listen to them. We were just going through that step to get them into a place.
Yeah, this mindset of being a patient really accounts to being a number or a code for a bill. And, I struggled as a healthcare provider, but also as a patient, especially in the VA, as finding myself constantly feeling as though I was an annoyance to the physician or the healthcare provider to slide me into their day. And I know that feeling very well as being a healthcare provider, that you kind of, when you have burnout, unfortunately, you get in the mindset of like, okay, there's 20 patients coming in. There really is no time to actually listen. I can pretend, I can really act my way through it with Mrs. Jones, but you're talking about something altogether different. You're having a full transformation and authenticity behind, as a human and a healthcare provider. Talk to me about that transition and how it's affected your life, because it's very rare.
Yeah, as nurses, when you go to nursing school, you're trained to be a task master.
Right.
You do tasks. You do this, you give medicine, you do this. And they have reduced. So back in the day, nursing had this nice long piece about doing what we're doing now, this verbal medicine that we call it. And that was making a connection and talking and guided imagery and all this. It's down to like one sentence in a nursing book now. And it really is. And when we lecture at nursing schools around the country, because they don't have this information and they want it, and they realize we need to make connections with our patients. We are, as nurses, the main people who make the closest connection. And you've seen it on the news multiple times, people, with their cell phone, giving it to the patient to hear the last words of their family and really caring. And what we found is that the doctors and other nurses that are seeing these connections kind of get a little bit jealous of what, because when we came up to Vermont, I came up before Roger, and within the first month, I got this banner sent to me by this young girl who I had taken care of. And it was this, thank you, Mark, and you did such a great job, that kind of thing. But it floored all the people that I worked with because I'd only been there a month. Like, what did you do? Verbal medicine. And again, Roger's constantly getting, awards and that kind of thing because he's using this daily. So we make that connection with the person, and people see that, they notice it, and it makes a difference in their world. It really does. And it doesn't really take us anything more to do than, okay, I'm going to give you this medicine, and then we're going to take your temperature, and we're going to be back in 15 minutes. Versus, I want to know how you're feeling right now, because I'm going to give you some medicine that's going to make you feel better. You hear that suggestion right there? I'm going to give you medicine that's going to make you feel better. And I want to know how much.
I can
but
sense,
and this is what I want to say.
To you guys.
Oh yeah.
As far as the nurses that have been there 20 years, yes, you're appreciated, but man, I bet you're resented too, because you're connecting, too quick for their comfort. So I can imagine the competitive nature that we're getting into.
Isn't that a wonderful thing? Isn't that a beautiful problem to have?
Yeah.
But we also, don't forget, we're not just doing this with patients. We're doing it with our staff, with our fellow workers. So they're getting that benefit. And we work with people that need us to do that. And we've made that connection and just given them a little bit, and they love us. They want us to do more. And that's why actually we have this, what you see in the background here is called the Synergy Center. And it's where we teach nurses from around the country. They come here to get the training with not only getting certified as a hypnotist, but also the verbal medicine training. And they gravitate to us.
I think it's less than training, but more of an awareness that you can use these techniques. They're not so much techniques. It's just enhancing what you're doing, the way you think. It's all about intent. What's the intent? The intent is to do good. And as you do good, you feel good. And as you feel good, you'll do even more good. It's just a wonderful appreciation of all the things that are happening. And you said a moment ago that when you went to the VA, you felt like a number. You felt as if you were wasting their time. We get that all the time. I'm sorry to be here. I'm sorry to be here. I had it last night. Because I worked last night. A lady came in, I'm so sorry to be here. I said, what? You're putting a roof over my head. You're putting food on the table. This is something that I not only enjoy, I live for. This is what I do. Now,
we're glad you're here.
I would tell you also 5 years ago, before we had this awareness, we were crispy, burnt, done on both the inside and the outside. The intent had changed.
Yeah. Get in, get out, do the tasks, and go do your paperwork.
And what we notice that we are these energy sponges. We absorb all of this energy. And Penny was talking about the light and the darkness. Yeah, we see darkness all the time. And so what we do with that, and the way that we look at this, is that we get this darkness, whatever it is, we get it, we repackage it, and then we send it out with a little bit of white light. A little bit of lightness. If you can just change it, we're looking for a change, a small change, as we keep saying. Some people are looking for big changes. It's not going to happen. Let's do a small change, and we'll build on that little by little by little. And then you've got a lot. So yeah, it changes everything.
And I'll tell you, we walk the walk and we talk the talk. We've done this with each other. And so much so that we actually have a YouTube video out there that shows me getting sutures in my arm with no anesthesia, no topical, no nothing, just his voice, putting me into a trance. And you can see it from beginning to end. The stitches go in, the bleeding is controlled, and there is not a flinch, not a problem with it. So we know it works, and we use it. And speaking of dark and light and the energy, we have that, and we deal with that. I'm recently had a pretty bad patient assault in January. And I've been out. I've been actually self-quarantining since January 30th because I had a concussion. But I also had PTSD and didn't know it until it really was hitting me. And I leaned on Roger and a couple of our staff members that do EMDR to help pull me out of that. So we used these techniques, and he used those techniques to get me into a good place. And actually, funny enough, I am thankful in a way that there is a pandemic, because it actually helped me heal, because I was able to get back to work and use the skills I have to set up our disaster response, our incident command, and feel useful again. And it was that focus, because I changed my focus from inner to outer, and I was able to get back into the work and do the work. And I'm back, and my PTSD is actually well under control. No small part to thanks to Roger.
Yeah, well. So I just do it because it makes you feel good when you're helping people, and it's just a natural thing that occurs. And yeah, it's just a wonderful thing to have. The mindset has changed, and we encourage, we see nurses all the time, they got one foot in, one foot out, because they're still doing the same thing and they're still getting the same results. So change what you're doing, change how you're feeling, change those thoughts, and see it from a different perspective. Now you're going to get a different result. And my God, it's wonderful when you get a different result, right? Each and every time. Expect to do good, and you'll find that good will happen.
And there's a huge thing he said that we kind of just briefed over, and that is perspective and perception. That is two of the main things that we change dramatically that helps a patient. So that if we can get them to stop focusing on what's going on and it being so self-involving that they can change that perception, then we've got a way to help. And one of the things we do, and I don't know if you can probably read it right above my head in the back wall, there's a little white frame there. And that has the word it, IT. That's it. That's all it says. And the reason it says that, and the reason it's on our wall, is because we have a whole process dealing with it. Because no matter what it is in your way, and you need to solve that. So we have this whole routine, basically.
Let's
that
do
we
that
do it.
example now.
Yeah.
Just give us 1 second. We'll show you how.
Again, we've been on for close to 25 minutes, 30 minutes with it in the background, and it has not bothered you. It has not overwhelmed our conversation. It has not been the focus of this at all, right?
No.
Okay. You haven't noticed it.
Oh, you're on mute, Roger, for whatever reason. Somehow you muted yourself. Unmute yourself just real briefly. Somehow you got muted. Let me see why you're muted.
There
you go.
That's our side.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What part did you hear? So we find that people come in and they have problems and they don't even know what it is. And we don't really need them to tell us what it is, but we just say it's something, right? Something is causing you to have some sort of reaction.
And as you can see right now, it's kind of bothering our conversation, isn't it? It's more of a focus of our conversation. It's hard to not focus on it or see it
and feel it.
But the biggest problem is most people's issues can sit right here and they can still have their daily conversations with us and they can go about their business. The problem happens when they get so much that you can't see us.
All you can see is it and feel it and think about it.
It controls your whole life. And if it's holding you up like that, there's nothing you can do about it until you change the perception, change the focus.
So we changed the focus. The size of it hasn't changed.
Yeah, this is the same size as it was back on the wall, right? But it's your perspective and your perception of it that has changed. So I'm going to go put it back over there. Okay. So it's not bothering us, right?
And so we're going to give it the attention it deserves. We're not neglecting it, but we're giving it the attention it deserves. It's still there. The shape, the size hasn't changed, but we're giving it the focus and the attention it deserves. And here's the thing, and nothing more.
Now, Roger and Mark, the it factor, we'll just call it the it diagnosis or the it issue. Can we actually, through your verbal medicine, through hypnosis, can we measure a difference and actually put it in the rear window? Can we see that now we've shrunk the tumor, we've shrunk the ailment, we've shrunk the pain? I mean, you talked about a placebo, but
Yes.
let's talk about measurements. What are we actually doing chemically, biologically?
Well, here's one of the things we'll throw out there. It was big with the Joint Commission, the people that regulate hospitals, and they introduced a fifth vital sign years ago, and it's called the pain scale. They wanted to know everybody's pain level, and they wanted to treat that pain level right away. That became the most important vital sign that we were supposed to focus on. And what happened? We started treating aggressively everybody's pain. What's your pain now? Well, it's an 8 out of 10. That's the common answer everybody gives. It's an 8 out of 10. Even if they're on their phone,
And
they could be doing this. Oh yeah, my pain's an 8. We call that the positive texting sign.
Right.
But what they were doing was every time we said, "What's your pain?" it would put it back up in your mind, right? And we were treating it with the only thing that we could, and that was opioids. So what did we end up with? This huge opioid crisis. So what we did was we said, we're not doing the pain scale anymore. We're not going to do that. We'll do the comfort scale. How comfortable are you now on a scale of 0 to 10?
Mm.
Flip
it.
So we changed it, flip it. Because every time I said comfort, now if you try to think about your pain, you're not going to think about how much pain you have. You're going to think about how much comfort you have. And it changes the way you think. Well, actually, I'm feeling pretty good now. So I'll give it an 8 or whatever the number would be. And it just flipped it right on its head. And it made a huge difference in the way they were thinking about what they were going through.
And you mentioned ago about research. I really don't care about that. I care about a person's perception because it's real. It's right there. What is that perception? I want to change that perception. Now, you can go and Google and you can find multitude of research out there of the power of suggestion and how it's changed. It's the same as using prayer also, right? That's the power of suggestion. And you can change. You can actually, we were just talking about this, about the physical chemicals in your body and using them for you and changing what's going on.
And yeah, we were listening to Penny and she was talking about energy and reminded us that we're all energy. If you go down to an electron microscope and further down, it's just atoms and they're just energy. So we're all energy. So it just depends on how you use it. But it reminded us that we don't care what you call it because that's what we stopped calling it hypnosis. We started calling it verbal medicine. We don't care if you call it Tai Chi, energy healing, hypnosis, verbal medicine. It doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It's just the way you perceive it. And if you need to perceive it as Tai Chi, then I'll talk Tai Chi. If you need to perceive it as energy healing, I'll talk energy healing. If you just need to perceive it as my comfort level, that's what we're going to talk about.
It's all about the key. What is the key that fits that lock?
Yeah.
And so that's what we're all looking for. That's what we're all looking for, that key. And we use our language as that key to unlock something that will help them change their perception of what's going on, how they're feeling, how they're reacting. And anytime anybody comes in with a negative, our goal is to change it to a positive. There has to be a positive. We have to leave it with a cherry or a bow on the top.
Yeah, it's called reframing. And we will change that every single time. It's almost a game for us. And one of the common things is somebody will come in and say, I hurt everywhere. I have pain all over, Roger. What are you going to do? I have pain all over.
Okay. Do you have pain in your hair?
No,
Okay.
no. My hair doesn't hurt. No.
What about this arm? Any pain in this arm?
No, actually, that one's okay too.
Okay. Well, what about that?
But I hurt
arm?
everywhere else.
Everywhere else. So what about this? And then, so we'll go through everywhere until we get to the place where it really hurts. So really, you don't hurt everywhere else, do you? Just that specific that spot.
And that changes their perception because they walked in, they truly believed I hurt everywhere because this hurts so much. It's my thumb or something. But it hurts so much, everything hurts until we change that perception. So right there, we've changed the perception right away. But even things when a nurse gives a medication.
It changes the energy also.
Yes.
It changes the energy. They came in with all of this energy, negative energy, and now we've just reduced that negative energy all the way down. We've increased the positive energy. We're listening and we're working with them. And now it's time for us to give them some really great suggestions of healing. Thank God you're here. I'm so glad you're here. So it changes your perception of being a burden to being a participant, and we're participating together.
Yeah.
Wow.
And again,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well,
When
I'm just
nurses
going to ask, when it comes to how you're viewed in the hospital or the clinic, are you guys in a hospital?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you're attached to Dartmouth, I believe you said?
Yeah,
Right.
we're at Mount Scottney Hospital in Windsor, Vermont, and they're affiliated with Dartmouth.
Okay, so do people try to classify you all the time as, alternative medicine? And where are you at with, no, you're shaking your head no.
No, because we're nurses.
We're nurses. We're using
Yeah.
the nurses. We're using communication. We're not doing voodoo here. We're using the great communication, talking, listening, reacting, reframing, and we are leading them down the path of health. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing to be part of that, and
we're well supported at Mount Scottney. They love us all the way up to the CEO. They just support what we do. They see the value in what we're doing, and they want more of that.
And they see the joy we're having, right? And everybody sees the joy, and they what is going on? Why are they doing that? So they'll start to do the same thing.
I have to tell you. So I came in, I've been there almost 2 years, and Roger came in there last year. And how was it, December? December, he got Employee of the Month because he's sharing his energy so quickly and so easily that they loved it. And he ended up with Employee of the Month.
Well, and the reason I asked that question about alternative medicine is that you're really, the only alternative that you're offering is that you're listening. You're encouraging this positive spin instead of a pain management, what's your comfort level. These are relatively easy things to accept, but it's very rare in this field. So it's
and they're mandated too.
Right.
They are mandated. Right. Alternative medicine is mandated.
Yes.
You need to do a couple of things before you go to the narcotics now. And
that was a huge change. I think it was 2015. The Joint Commission changed to a recommendation of non-pharmacological interventions.
Right.
And then to this last 2019, they changed it from a recommendation to a requirement. So that gave us that opened the door wide open for us.
It validated what we were doing already.
Yeah. Really
now, I would think that you would be in great demand given where you are to have an influx of training on a much wider scale to nurses with burnout. Is that happening? Yes. Are you guys overwhelmed with requests to teach?
We get a lot of before COVID. We get a lot of calls. We were just out in Palm Springs doing a wonderful sedation nurses course, and they absolutely loved it. What we taught them was just so happy for them. They flooded us with great calls and great emails, and we actually funny story. So we do a lot of demonstration in our talks, and we got one of the nurses who's almost at her retirement. We got one of our nurses to come up. We were going to demonstrate what we say and what we do when we start an IV, but we weren't going to do an IV. We didn't have any needles, nothing like that. We didn't know when we picked her that she had an absolute fear of needles. So much so that she turned white as a ghost and started getting sweaty and almost passed out on us. So we're like, okay, we're going to finish this lecture, but today after this, we're going to fix that. We're going to absolutely get rid of that fear and phobia because you can't live like this. And she agreed to it. And we literally sat at the pool side, or actually floated in the pool for a while. And yeah, because here's the thing. We love doing this in strange places. We'll do it anywhere. He's done it on the top of a chairlift at Okemo Mountain, which is right down the street.
Love it.
And we put the whole group into a trance. But I've done it. We've done it at restaurants when somebody was having a medical issue.
You mean
a medical
specifically
emergency.
To overcome fear and phobias? Is that what we're talking about?
So this one in particular, this story is yes. So we went and we started doing this thing, and we gave her a numbing spot. right here. We had suggested that, and she could feel a numbing spot, which
Mhm.
was great. And then he had it moved down to her elbow, where you would normally start an IV. And then he moved it to the other side. And what we were doing is we're checking that compliance, making sure that she could actually do that. And she did. She moved it to the other side. We said, great, now's the time we're going to get rid of this fear phobia. So we also do what's called NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. And this particular method is a more wide awake type hypnotic technique. And we started talking about this, and we did this pattern where you associate into the movie, and then you dissociate it where you're watching a movie of yourself. And we just kept doing this thing over and over. And we got to a point where she couldn't see the movie anymore. And we knew that's it. It's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And this phenomenon happens pretty frequently. We asked her, okay, so, hey, what were we doing? What did you want us to get rid of? And she couldn't remember. She absolutely couldn't remember. The whole rest of the seminar conference, 3 days, we would go back and ask her, well, so what was that thing? And she couldn't. And we actually had tested it with an object. We said, if this was a needle,
it was a cocktail stick.
It was a cocktail stick, as you could tell what we were doing. But she had none of that feeling. Right. And we said, look, you need to prove this to yourself. You need to make sure. And she was there with a friend who works with her. And we said, you need to go back to your house. I think it's Tennessee, right? You go back to your office, your work, and I want you to videotape her starting, drawing blood on you. And she said, yeah, why not? It doesn't bother me. I'll do that. And they literally sent us one the week later. And all of the
whole
unit was standing around waiting for her to pass out because they knew her very well. She did it with no problem. Absolutely no problem. She got the shot in the arm or the blood draw, and it was over. And her husband can't believe it because he's like, what did you do? She has no knowledge. She has no idea what you did, but she knows you did something. And
what did you do? Let's get into the details if we can, if you can explain them that way. What is going on? What are you retraining? What are we rewiring?
So it all has to do with the neuroplasticity,
correct?
That pathway in the brain. So back when she was 7 years old, I believe, she had an appendicitis and needed an emergency surgery. So she has a vivid memory of being held down by 3 or 4 people and them trying to start IVs and her moving around and failing to the point where they had to do a femoral line on her. They actually had to do it right in the femoral artery or vein. And it terrified her. And she never got out of that loop. So anytime somebody was going to give her a flu shot, which nurses do every year, she would pass out. And they would have to lay her down and do this. And every single time. So she was reinforcing that neural pathway over and over. And what we were able to do in that very short time is probably 15 minutes tops. Is the technique that we learned from Dr. Matt James and his Neuro-Linguistic Programming course was able to take that pathway and change it. And again, you go into that scene and you're seeing it through your own eyes, and you see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel what you felt, and you experience it, but you're experiencing it differently. I can't tell you exactly over the air exactly how, but you're experiencing it differently. Then you're taking it and going into a movie theater and watching that movie, and we adjust that movie. Maybe we make it black and white, or maybe we dim it, or maybe turn the sound out, and we just keep doing that, and we keep going back and forth over and over and changing it, dimming it more until to the point where they cannot either rewind and see that movie or see it on the movie theater. And you know that it's gone by then. And it's just amazing. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Roger, what is that? How long does that typically take?
It's very, very quickly. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We do a lot of pre-talk. And as we're talking to somebody, we're doing work also. Every time they say something, we're repackaging it and giving it back, changing their perception of what it should mean, what it did mean to what it should mean, and looking at the success that you can have from doing this. 15 minutes is all it takes. It's a process. And and we've done it many times with different people. The last one we did was with
the airline.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's a remarkable thing to do. it's a remarkable thing to be part of and see the change in somebody. That's where that joy comes from. Seeing that change, somebody that struggled, somebody that's lived with this and had to do things differently, now do things that enhance their life. It's a wonderful thing. Now, we do it mostly when somebody comes in and they're needle phobic. We've had young people. Think about that. A young kid that comes in that builds up this response that lasts all the way through their adulthood. That's what that young lady did.
Yeah, 53 years.
Yeah, 53 years. So if we can change that perception at a young age, give them that resource, isn't that a wonderful thing to give somebody for the rest of their life? Think about that.
Yeah. And we do. We absolutely want real world testing. We want to make sure that it is gone. And this other gentleman who had such a fear of flying that he hadn't traveled with his family for 12 years. His daughter was now down south in college, and he wanted to go see her, and he couldn't. And he couldn't even pick up his phone and get on the booking.com or any of the airlines and actually book it, because if he did that, he would start to get anxious. But within a week's time, he would have to cancel that flight and just couldn't survive like that. And he came here. We started doing it. We did a hypnotic session. Then we did the fear phobia release. And towards the end, while we were doing this loop, he starts laughing uncontrollably, just laughing. And we knew, okay, that's it. And he says, I don't know why I'm laughing. I don't get it. I said, well, that's good. Can you go ahead and book your flight? He goes, yeah. And he walked right over, picked up his phone and booked his flight right then. And he goes, yeah, that's good. I don't feel anything. Maybe I will later, but I don't feel anything.
But he was laughing all the way through, which made us feel great. And then he did actually make it down there. And I told him, when you get down there, I want you to send us a photograph of a nail through a little
Post-it note
with an "it" on it, because he nailed it. So he did it, nailed through it, and he sent it. And he's been traveling backwards and forwards.
I love it.
Yeah. And that was one of the times we used that it routine.
Yeah, because then he could see that this thing was just, he was paying too much attention to it.
Roger, Mark, you spoke earlier about this being a more integral part of your training as a nurse, and then you saw it slowly shrink to a paragraph. How responsible are pharmaceutical companies in quieting this message down? I mean, there is a dollar amount to healthcare, and big pharma is a part of the solution to treat things like pain management. So and talk about that.
And one of the things we are not anti-medicine. We don't mind using medications, because when you're in this state that we get you in, you're going to use less of it. So that's good for you. And we're still using medications.
Yeah,
right?
There's a right time to use medications, and then there's a wrong time, and people fall into that wrong time. I'm depending on it now to relieve that discomfort, that pain, instead of rallying their own bodies to help them. And that's why you'll see this resurgence over the last 20 years of people looking at holistic healthcare, going from all of the pharmacological resources that we have to using other resources. So we are actually, we're the bridge from people teaching all of these other therapies, all of these holistic modalities, to actually put it into using it at the bedside. This is how we can use it. And so there's so many different things. I told you about the tapping. We use the tapping. Grounding. I do a lot of grounding. I didn't know I was doing grounding until somebody told me. Grounding is, have you ever, somebody says, brace yourself, I got something to tell you. And people either sit down or lean up against the door. Well, I do a lot of grounding. We do that naturally until somebody mentioned it to me, or I discovered it. I went, I do that naturally. When I go in and see a patient, I either touch their toes or touch their arm, and I'm actually grounding. So all of that pent up energy that's there just dissipates straight down and through the ground. And then I'm able to do my work. So all these little things, this awareness builds and builds and builds, and it enhances your bedside care. And it gives you that joy we're talking about again. Right?
I'd like to, Mark and Roger, I love that you are responsible in saying that you're not anti-medication. I'd like to share a real quick story. along the lines of what you're doing and how you are changing the world and how we could all help with changing the world. So my brother had to go to the hospital to have his gallbladder removed, and they told us that he'll be in recovery for about an hour or so, and then we can go see him. So about an hour and a half to 2 hours went by, and we went over and said, hey, what's going on with my brother? Why is he still in recovery? And they said, well, we cannot lower his blood pressure.
Mm.
They said, we pumped him with so much medicine, nothing's working. So my mom says, well, my daughter's I'm also a hypnotherapist.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, can she go in there? And they're like, okay. So they put me with the head thing, and I had to wear all the stuff. And I went in, and my brother, I saw his face just like, thank God you're here, you know.
Yeah.
And so I saw his numbers were very high. It was like, I think it was the bottom number was over 100 or something crazy like that. And so the nurse that was standing there was a little, you know, attitude-y. And so I was like, kind of like, she's rolling her eyes because I was like maybe in her way a little bit. And I just went over to my brother, and I just, you know, had him start taking deep breaths. But I know he loves numbers. So I took the numbers of his blood pressure and said to him to imagine these numbers dropping.
Yes.
And we just kept repeating, drop the numbers. Now, while this was all going on, I'm hearing other patients around in recovery, because they have everybody there, right?
Right.
And I hear one guy coming out of the medicine, and he's like, I hear the nurse saying, sir, stop hitting me. Sir, you need to stop hitting me. And then you have other ones moaning and all this hectic chaos going on. And I'm telling my brother, okay, your numbers. And in 5 minutes, we were able to drop his blood pressure by doing that. And by then, the nurses are like, oh, let me get out of your way.
You're right.
And so I started thinking, somebody, I guess you guys, needs to teach these nurses to just do simply relax, take a deep breath. You know, they all need to be trained so that we don't have to use that much medicine, because they really pumped him up with medicine.
You're right. Well, at the time, he needed that medicine for them to do the procedure. And I've actually used that many times. One of my friends who was a PA down in Danbury when we were working there, he had a gentleman that his blood pressure was up, couldn't get him out. That's all we needed. We just needed to drop his blood pressure. And the unique thing about us is that we work in an environment where we can measure instantly. He's hooked up to a blood pressure monitor. He's hooked up to all of the EKGs. So we can see firsthand right there what's happening when we start to do our work. So yeah, I dropped his blood pressure after 5 minutes of just sitting at the bedside, having him relax and envisioning just lowering that blood pressure. As you said, the numbers coming down like an elevator coming down.
Exactly.
How you just drop your voice.
Wow. You're putting me to sleep
now. Right. I know. Quit it, Roger. Come on. It's been four and a half hours. Don't do that to me.
The funny thing is, when we started our podcast,
people are falling asleep at the road.
That was the thing. We it's a podcast for nurses to kind of learn this. But at the end, we do the last like 5 or 10 minutes, a session. And when we first started doing it, we didn't say anything. We just did it. And one of our nurse friends came to work one day. She goes, you guys, I can't listen to this in my car anymore, because I found myself doing 35 and a 50 while I was listening to this. And so after that, we started putting a warning in front of our session part. Now I want everybody who's driving to turn this off.
There's a quick story from hypnotherapist Darren Brown. I don't know if you guys follow his work. Are you guys, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
A couple shows on Netflix. And he talks about redirection language in order to change, dramatically change. One example he was giving was he was going to get beat up in England after the bars had closed or something to that effect, and the guy was incredibly inebriated and was going to kick his ass in the middle of the alleyway. And he said something really bizarre to the guy to change his perspective. I think he said something like, "The fence is very low, you can't cross it," or something so random. Can you explain what was going on there?
Absolutely. It's called pattern interrupt.
Okay.
And we use it a lot in what we do. And it's that person who's getting all nervous about it, and we're drawing their blood, and they're like, what are you going to do that? What are you going to do with that? And we'll say, oh, well, I'm going to go sell it on eBay. Is that okay? And they'll wait. And no, I'm going to take it to the lab. But it shocks them just enough to get them out of that loop that they were in, and they laugh a little, and now they've changed.
Okay.
Changed them. We use pattern interrupt all the time.
All the time. Everything we do is a pattern interrupt. Yeah. Do you smell popcorn? That's such a bizarre thing to say. And what?
Yeah.
And then you've broke their thought pattern. You've changed that loop. Now you're going to get them on your loop. And we use various verbal techniques.
And one of those techniques we use for pattern interrupt is humor. We use humor in the emergency department all the time. And yes, you have to be a little careful how you do it. But if you've got that instant rapport, which we get, then you can use that humor. And
it's almost like, we're going back now to Didi Verg when she was talking about, I'm going over my notes here, when she was talking about this habit loop where people form these initial habits and they start in these moments in adolescence, let's say, and you're going back to interrupt that loop.
Yes.
Is that what the technique is?
Yes, all the time.
Okay.
All the time. They have learned this response. Let's change that response. So when they have needle phobia, they learn that response. Let's change that response, change that perception of everything.
And part of that is, so Didi's doing more of a long-term thing, and we're doing a short-term thing. But in the subconscious, it doesn't matter. The subconscious really doesn't care about time. It doesn't matter if it happened in your childhood or just 5 minutes ago.
Right.
So we that's why both of us, Didi and us, can do the same thing on two totally divergent problems and get the same result.
In the time that we have left here, let's talk about people that may be tuning into this now or later that are either burnout on quarantine or burnout on being sick. They're symptomatic. Maybe they just now become symptomatic. Everything is so bizarre as far as the symptoms are concerned with COVID. But what can people do if they can't reach people like you in the healthcare field? Can you give people some tools to deal with the stress of where we are?
Well, look at the success. Let's change that word. Let's not live with these words that are so defeating. Look at the success that you've done over the last couple of weeks, being able to be in a place on your own, away from people, keeping yourself happy and safe. Now, happiness, I like to work nights because when I go into the stores during the day, nobody's there. I don't like going in on the weekends during the day when I have to fend off a lot of people. That's the joy. Is it a pain in the backside working nights? Sometimes, yeah, but look at what I'm getting in return. So you need to have a look at it differently. And you change that perspective, you change the outlook, and you change the appreciation for what you have instead of what you don't have. Do we have freedoms to go out right now into a store? No, we don't. But when we do, we're going to enjoy it even more. We have been denied that, but we have successfully overcome it. And the next time it happens, we'll have more choices because we'll make sure we'll have more choices. We'll have more of an appreciation for the finer things in life of, being able to be out in the open and enjoying the outside.
And we could use that technique we were talking about with the person who came in with, I got pain all over. You can, and then you have to think to yourself, well, is it all over? No. Okay. This part's good. This part's good, and whittle it down. You could do that same thing with quarantine. I can't go out or see anybody. Well, okay. You can go to the grocery store. Okay. So I can go out somewhere. I can go for a walk. I can go for a bike ride. I can call people.
Exactly.
I can FaceTime them. I can do, and you have to just start doing that. And again, another one's the it on the wall. So,
and also, how about
write it
this?
down, put it on the wall and step right up against the wall with whatever that problem you're having that moment. Write it on a piece of paper, stick it to the wall, stand with your nose almost touching it, and think about it. And when you're done thinking about it, step back and keep stepping back till you're all the way across the other side of the room and you're thinking about everything else except it.
And when people say, I miss hugging you and seeing you. So when you do see them, appreciate that value of hugging someone and being in their presence, because for such a long time, something took that away. So it gives you an appreciation for the things that you thought you had. When it's taken away, it just builds up that wonderful joy of having it in your life. It gives you joy in your life to have those wonderful things. And when they've been taken away, it just shows you how much you don't appreciate them.
And I would say the last thing.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, the mantra of social distancing is now we're socially distant but spiritually connected. And this idea of being connected to somebody spiritual. You would have never heard that pre-COVID, unless you were in church, but there is this sphere of influence, social connection. People are re-engaging in ways that seem completely alternative to their old way of thinking. And you guys are, basically adapting to that as well. It's encouraging to have you guys on.
No, thanks.
Yeah.
And again, we can reframe, because we're always doing it. If somebody out there is not necessarily spiritual, then change it to emotionally connected. Just change to whatever it is that you need it to be. Change it.
And that's the skill of listening to how someone is talking, using their language, using their words, not our words, because not everybody understands the way we talk, especially being English.
I can't understand what he says ever.
So just listening and using their language, that makes that connection. And then they understand every word that you're saying to them because it's their words. So it's a wonderful thing. We have such a great business.
How has this affected you guys getting into this spiritually? Because I have a feeling that you both are not absent of spirituality. Do you find yourself engaging spiritually on a different level now that you've started to listen more, that you're with people that are in transition between living and passing on? How has this affected you spiritually?
Well, I would say we've been doing this a lot longer than the general public, because we've had to connect emotionally and spiritually to our people, our patients, our staff. Once we learned what we were doing with the verbal medicine, it creates that connection. We have better rapport and more connection to each other, just naturally. So we've been doing it for the last 6 years or so.
I think it brings meaning to who you are and what you do. There's purpose. There's value in what we do. And spiritually, I would say it's not going to church every week. It's what you do every single day, right? The way that you live your life, the way that you treat people. And I think that's where spiritually I really get off on doing that. There is an awareness that I'm just a conduit. And every single day, every word that I say amazes me because it comes from somewhere else. And I don't know why I do it. And if I chose, I wouldn't be doing it, right? I'd be on the beach somewhere drinking beers. I wouldn't really. But this is the work that feeds me, that nurtures me, that gives me value, that makes me who I am and what I am.
There's a question here regarding what's going on as far as the curve happening with COVID. Most of the West Coast, in particular where I am, feels as though they're at the ebb and flow, the bottom of the curve, hopefully coming into a valley. What can we expect come fall as far as medical professionals with this virus? And do you have any speculation? Do you care to comment?
No.
It's unknown. It really is. It's going to depend on what people do and how it circulates in our communities. Really is. I'll tell you this, we are preparing for the fall. We are preparing that we're not taking down the temporary walls that we've built around our ambulance bay or the COVID walls down. We're not planning on taking those down for the year.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
we're prepared.
we're prepared.
Mhm.
And as emergency nurses, we're prepared for everything. We don't know
Mhm.
what's coming around. We don't know what's walking in, but we're prepared. We'll do the best we can with what we have, right? And that's what all of these emergency rooms are doing. They're doing the best they can with what they have. They may not have everything, but what they have, they're going to use. And yeah, this has been wonderful, by the way, to highlight how much work nurses actually do, and the doctors and how underserved we are. And we are both FEMA instructors. We do a lot of disaster preparedness, in fact, a lot of it. And we saw the writing on the wall a long, long time ago. I've been doing this 15 years now. But there were a lot of preparations being done. And if we hadn't had that, we would have been right in the thick of it.
And one of the most important things, I went out and got a haircut before this because I knew it was coming. He didn't.
I didn't. And we talk about appreciation. I appreciate my barber. And so I haven't had a haircut for what? About 2 months. I get it cut every 3 weeks.
You have lovely locks.
Lovely locks.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of gel. Gel.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I also have I've got these scrub hats that I put on at work because if the gel's not there, it's all over the bloody place. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and I've told everybody I am going to put man buns are in the fashion. I'm going to put 3 man buns, one on the front, one on the top, and one on the back.
Okay, let me correct you. Man buns are not in fashion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No man buns.
I just wanted to make a statement. How silly they are.
That's right. Yeah. Michelle, do you have any final questions in closing here?
Oh, no, I just want to thank you for all your hard work and I wish you so many blessings to continue that work. And I actually want to even talk to you after this to see if there are ways that I can help you get this word out and I was going to say expose you, but maybe that's not appropriate. But basically just kind of get you some, we'll talk afterwards because I think that I can help you guys.
And that's our mission. We want to get this word out and teach as many nurses. We'd love for what we do to become mainstream. We'd love for our book, I don't know if you can see it, Verbal Medicine, to become a supplemental read in every nursing school, every single nursing school, because this gives them a different perspective. And just a quick note, I did a pattern interrupt with you guys and you didn't even know it.
What?
Yes, I did.
You're
we were
lying.
talking, we were down and we were talking about COVID and the future, blah, blah, blah. And I threw in humor about my hair. And it totally changed everybody that was listening. You were laughing, you were releasing endorphins, and we changed the whole tone right there. That's a simple example of everything we do.
Fantastic. But I do smell popcorn.
Before we go,
excellent.
That's a suggestion.
Yes, it is.
Michelle, Art Bell. I used to listen to him on many a night and many a night shift, and it was such a tremendous show. And I got to tell you that it was great just hearing that you have worked on that show because it filled my nights many times with some really good conversation.
Talk about a pattern. He was the king of pattern interrupts. I mean, no one could nail it easier. And talk about going in a hypnotic state.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it was. I was lucky to work with him for 1.5 years before he passed away. But I just, there are a lot of good hosts out there, but so far I can't, find anybody yet that can really get to him. Get to that level. I'm analyzing Toby here too. You're fantastic. Because I'm looking at you as
talking to me.
Right,
oh, she's trying to pattern interrupt right now away from your message.
Well, normally I see you as a guest. because I put you on, the show and everything. And this time I looked at you with new eyes as a host, and you're doing it. You're fantastic. You ask really good questions.
Well, let me
Yeah,
ask
it's
one
been
more
very
good
engaging.
question for you guys. Regarding your book, it almost looks like an emergency manual. Let's break that out again. I mean, I love the fact that you did that. You must have thought of that as, sitting in the back pocket of some scrubs for nurses on scene.
Yes.
So bravo on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all Mark.
That's all Mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
my past is graphic design, so I
Mhm.
designed the whole
Is
thing.
that book available? It's not available in the UK, is it?
It's available on Amazon. So
Mhm.
Okay.
And that would be considered a healthcare essential. So you should get that via Prime immediately. As to where my Bluetooth speakers, I don't know where they are. They're probably still in China. But anyway, I appreciate both you guys being on here. Michelle, I think we did fantastic today. This is going to be streaming. Your message is going to be streaming in perpetuity via my website and Facebook. I think Didi Verg did her first half, but over the next couple of months, I hope our audience reaches out to you. And again,
Sure.
it's the patientwhisperers.com. Look them up. And by the way, thank you so much, guys, for, I haven't really had a chance to talk to a healthcare provider in the last 45 days. So thank you. You're in the middle of a hot zone. You're in a war scene. You're in a war footing. You're doing something incredible. And I know everybody here appreciates you being on. And thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome.
No problem. Actually, Roger's leaving right after this show to go to work. So.
Okay.